If everyone could please take their seats, quorum call will start momentarily.
Check, check.
Good morning.
Hey, speak into the mic, eh?
Good morning. We're going to start quorum call momentarily. Okay, we're going to begin quorum call at the top of the alphabet. David Allard.
Present.
Rob Anderson. Present. Miranda Berard.
Here.
Caitlin Bird.
Here.
Joy Bremner.
Present.
Zev Brewer.
Present.
Topher Burke.
Present.
Ron Curran. Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Alana Copeland.
I used their shampoo in my head.
Ah, there you are.
Yeah.
Nicole Corson.
Here.
Jeff Crozier.
Present.
Sean Daverin.
Here.
Louis DeJagger.
Present.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Present.
Cheryl Dodman.
Bonmatan.
Mark DeBoard.
Present.
Kate Elliott. Alicia Fernando. Deborah Fisher.
Present.
Paulette Flamond.
Sorry, here.
Lee Fraser.
Here.
Rainey Gervais.
Present.
Dean Gladue.
Present.
Tony Goulet.
Maybe. Present.
June Graham.
Good morning, John.
Morning. Patrick Harriet.
Present.
Susie Hooper.
Present.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Jamie Keith. Peter Lang.
Present.
Charlotte Lever.
Present.
Richard Lewis. Mr. Lewis? He'll be here soon. Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present.
Walter Minot.
Present.
Lana Olson. Valerie Pace. Dan Pope.
Here.
Chris Sample.
Present.
Kelly Sears.
Present.
Mert Servatius.
Present.
Dana Shaw.
Here.
Natasha Smith.
Present.
Lisa Smith.
Here.
Greg Stanwood.
Here.
Joyce Sundin.
Present.
Marlene Swears. Vince Van Weergen.
Present.
Pixie Wells.
Hi, hi.
Is there anyone that I missed?
Lay down. Sweet, lay down.
Okay, I confirm we have a quorum present.
Get it. Lay down. I'll put you in the bag.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for everyone getting on pretty much on time. We are going to start with motion number 1. That is on page 46 of the booklet, and I will recognize our clerk to read motion 1.
Okay. Could we make the, thank you.
I bet you.
Motion number 1
Which one
on page 46 of your booklets.
Everybody squished over an inch.
Subject is upcoming MNGA meetings, offices affected as MNGA members, legislative requirement of the Constitution, submitted on January 31st, 2023, and will require a majority vote to adopt. Whereas the Constitution requires that the MNGA meet at least 3 times per year, once in person and twice virtually, and the Constitution further requires that the MNGA determine the dates for the next MNGA at a previous MNGA. Be it resolved that the MNGA meet on the following days as indicated in the table below. June 1st to 2nd, 2024 virtually.
You like us.
November 30th to December 1st, 2024 virtually. And February 28th to March 2nd, 2025 in person.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm going to look for a mover and a seconder for motion number 1. I recognize the speaker to my left.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I so move.
Thank you, and I'll entertain a seconder.
Patrick Harriet, all second.
Thank you very much. Motion number 1 is on the floor for discussion, and I will certainly turn over to President Crozier if you wish to speak to the motion.
Not really. Everything's set forward. It's right there. I agree with it.
Thank you very much. Director Harriet.
I'd like to say ditto.
I see, yes, I'll recognize the speaker there. Yes?
Lee Fraser, Surrey Delta Métis Association. I just want to clarify if the date submitted was actually 2023 or if it should read January 31st, 2024.
My mistake if I read that incorrectly. All the dates are either in 2024 or 2025. Oh, date submitted. Okay. President Fraser wins a prize for the first typo in the book.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did I see a hand at the end?
Whatever here, there's,
Oh,
this guy's been having.
I see,
it for
yeah.
a bit.
Is there any further discussion on, yes, go ahead, motion 1, to my right.
Mark DeBoer, President of the Two Rivers Métis. I'm just wondering, given that we come here on Thursdays for the RGCs, if we could start Fridays at 9 a.m. Kind of feels like a wasted morning yesterday.
Thank you, I got it. I've got the speaker down there. I'm not sure if is it Dan or, I'll have the speaker, yeah, go ahead, President Sundin.
Joy Sundin, Prince Rupert District Métis Society. I concur with what Mark has said as well about the early morning on Friday. I'd like to get started earlier. But I'd also like to say that the dates that are always the 1st of June and the 1st of June, March, December, happens to also be our city's major festivals, and it's probably the only time that our community actually gets to be visual in our community. So if there's an opportunity in the future to just not always have it that first weekend of each of those months, how it concurs with our city's major festivals, just those 3 months is just, I don't know how, but anyways, just for the future, if we don't always have it the first weekend of every quarter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I next had Director Gladieux.
Just in reference to his comments about having it earlier on the Friday, I think the reason for that, and I just want Mr. Beaker to speak on that, would it be because usually, like that morning, we fit in some workshops, some different things that happen, or how does that work?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the answer is yes if. This MNGA did not have a lot of business brought forth towards the table, so we had some time to have some workshops in the morning. If we had a more robust agenda, it would have been my suggestion that the MNGA probably would have started at 9 a.m. on Friday. Once the submission deadline passed and we found that it looked like we were able to get through all of our business by starting at 1 p.m., then we fit in some workshops to utilize your time. But the comments are the comments are well taken, that you do wish to have your time here and your volunteer time here utilized to maximum efficiency. So it is always something that we have that we take into consideration.
Thank you very much. The next set of speakers I've got President Jobin, President Pope, and then President Keith. So President Jobin.
Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River Society. I'm just wondering what the appetite is for, a lot of us traveling so far this time of year. It was a pretty harrowing experience getting here. And just wondering if we want to stick with this time of year for an in-person meeting. Just, yeah, it was, I think we just happened to be in a, big winter storm, but it was quite an experience getting out here, so.
Thank you very much. President Pope.
Yes, the gentleman there just took my thunder away. I was going to propose the same, that we change the meeting dates, the virtual one for June the 2nd, just as he described, so some of us don't have to drive through a blizzard of snow in March to get here. So make the in-person one June, so those that want to drive and maybe have a little holiday and a trip on the way down.
Thank you very much. President Keith.
I just wanted to say I know that it's hard if you work Monday to Friday to take Thursday and Friday off, and if Thursday's your travel day and you have to work that day and you can only take the Friday off, that means you got to travel Friday morning. So in this case, it was nice to have to get down to business later so that people could have time to arrive. Otherwise, they would have missed some important emotions. And I concur that we should have an in-person one in the summer months. I know it might be more expensive because hotels will be booked, but I would like to come in a warmer month. It is difficult to travel. If I'd like to do Zoom online when I can be cozy in my jammies. And I just have a point of order. How do I get, so I tap once to speak, how do I get the green side to light up to let people know I'm requesting? It turned green over there, but I don't know how to get it back.
I haven't noticed how it turns, or that any of them actually have gone green, so I'm not sure how that works.
Okay, all right, never mind. Thank you.
No?
I next have President Graham. President Graham, go ahead.
June Graham, Alberni, Clackowit, Métis. Yeah, I don't know. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's all the dates are wrong in the book, the majority of them. They're all 23, there's one 25, and there's one that's just December with no date.
So what page are you looking at, President Graham, just so I can?
Motion 2 is 23. Motion 3 is 23. And then you've got 25 coming. Motion 5 is just December.
I see, yeah, on the submitted dates, I see. Thank you.
Yeah, and then there's a 25 in there, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I next had President Goulet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. And the comment down was about, taking an extra day off to come for the communities that are up in the north is pretty difficult. There was travel concerns as well. That's why flights can be delayed. That was some of the reasons why people are coming in later than normal. So they're missing part of the meeting just for the weather conditions. So the put one in June, the meeting in person in June, I think makes sense for traveling purposes, and then the rest to be virtual. I think that's a fantastic idea. I think it will alleviate some of the issues, right? And I'm using myself as an example who came late and you guys were already finished the meeting because there was delays, and it's just the nature of traveling in the conditions, right? So the other suggestion is, can we, heard that there was a request for, why part Friday? What is wrong with the MNG just taking place on the Saturday and part into Sunday, I think, and just getting right to the business of the organization. Sometimes we put stuff in here that's, taking up our time, but get right to the resolutions. You look at resolutions that are submitted, sometimes they're long, sometimes they're short and need that actual debate. So I think a full day on the agenda items would be perfect for me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I recognize Vice President Van Weeregen.
I was actually just going to say the same thing that President Goulet said, so thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I just spoke with our CFO to see if there's a possibility that we would be able to hold a MNGA in person in June with the funding that we have. It would be possible. What I would state to the MNGA is that to try and find a venue to put on another in-person meeting within 3 months may be difficult. We most certainly could have the in-person session start in the summer for June 2025, and it would be a lot easier logistically. If the MNGA wishes to meet in person in June 2024, we'll do our best to make that happen, but there could be some logistical concerns with securing a venue. But there is no problem with our fiscal year end, because we have resources to hold one meeting in person a year, so we would be able to move it to June. We might not be able to do it within 3 months, or it would be difficult, let's say.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just a point of clarification. Mr. Goulet, weren't you talking about maybe starting that next year, not having another in-person in 3 months, right?
Yes, thanks for that. Yes, I was saying not in 3 months' time. Next year would be fine.
Yes, thank you. And that's how I understood it as well. And I think, excuse me, for example, there wasn't a motion to amend it by setting that out for this particular motion, but I think the concerns and the issues that have been raised, certainly things for this body to consider, and I think makes sense for perhaps the next round of MNGAs to adopt or go forward in that manner that was been suggested. So thank you for all of that discussion. I'll recognize Director Harriet.
I think there was someone else ahead of me, but no?
I think you're
okay.
You're on my list, and then is there a hand there? Okay, so I'll go with you first,
Sure.
and then I'll recognize the next speaker.
Thank you. Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. Excuse me. So I was having some conversations yesterday with some of the delegates about looking perhaps even longer timelines for planning, as opposed to just sort of year to year, which could help with logistics and finding venues, et cetera. So I wonder if it would be useful if, as we're passing these MNGAs, instead of stopping on the third one, if we added a fourth one, and we made this third one virtual, and then we passed in this motion a fourth one to be in person next summer. So I guess I'm making a motion.
Yes, thank you. And I just was asking our clerk just to make sure that if we, for example, added, so that fourth one, which would be presumably the June 2025 dates, whether that would still meet our requirements for a certain number of in-person within a year. But I think
it's part of the legislation, isn't it?
It just requires at least once, 3 a year, at least one in person. So I think that would still work. And I'm just recognizing the clerk.
So the Constitution requires that the MNGA meet at least 3 times a year, once in person and twice virtually, and that the dates of the MNGA are set at the previous MNGA. Theoretically, we could set the MNGA dates for the next 10 years if we wanted to. But so we would be able to set a June 2025 date in this resolution and add it on, and then change the February 28th to March 2nd to in person, or sorry, to virtual, and then move a June 1 to in person. So I'm looking at the calendar into May, June 2025. So by the conventions that we have, that we usually do the first weekend of June, it would be May 30th, 31st, and June 1st would be the MNGA. We could also do June 6th, 7th, and 8th as well. And also with the in-person MNGAs, you'll notice that we set a date for 3 days, and then the virtual ones are for 2 days. So my suggestion as well would be that if we're changing to February, March 1, that looks like that's 3 full days. We can shorten that to 2 days because it will be virtual.
So I'll turn back to Director Harriet to just pick which of those dates and the changes that he's proposing, and then I'll look for a seconder to that amendment.
Oh, hey, there we go. Taking the advice of the clerk, I would make a motion to change the February date to be the 29th to the 2nd, or 29th, that's February. The 1st and the 2nd. And then also hearing the comments from the delegate over the way there, perhaps suggesting that the June one be the weekend of the 6th, so it's not the first weekend, no? Okay, well, I guess we'll have a good conversation about it then. But I'll just put it on the floor for the 6th, and we'll see how the conversation goes.
Speakers on the original list, and I'm kind of starting a new list given that we're looking at a motion or amendment. Do I have a seconder to make the changes that were proposed by Director Harriott? And I see a hand, so that please recognize yourself.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I second that motion.
Thank you very much. And the next. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Beaker, and then I have Leader McDonnell and President DeBoer.
Sorry, the third date should read March 1st and 2nd, 2025, because that is the Saturday, Sunday of that weekend.
Thank you. Leader McDonnell.
I would absolutely support May 31st, June 1st, and 2nd. The reason being, in my community, and it's beyond important to me, June 6th, 7th, all of that, June 6th and 7th is Aboriginal grad. And I want to be there to recognize every one of our students because we're getting more and more every year.
So one of the discussions we had yesterday in the kind of session we had in the morning, I'm not going to say this is a friendly amendment. What I'm going to look for is if there's unanimous consent to change those dates from June 6th to 8 to the, and I'm sorry I missed it, was the May 30th to June 1st, 2025. Is there any objection to changing the June 6-8 to the May, again, 30th to June 1st? Any objection to that? All right, thank you. No objection. We'll change that date on the proposed amendment. And my next speaker, President Borg.
Sorry, this is Mark DeBoer, President of Two Rivers Métis. My point was just on the March date, but that was addressed. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I have the next speaker. Yeah, go ahead.
I was trying to say objected. That's actually Canada Day. So that's going to be really hard to like.
No, that's 1 month, July 1st.
July 1st.
July 1st. So we should
June.
Yeah, Canada Day would be July 1st. So
Okay, so yeah, I thought it was a long weekend. I was
yeah,
like,
no
this is
worries.
gonna suck.
No, thank you. Yeah, we're making sure that we're trying to avoid that. Thank you. I next have Vice President.
I'm just wondering if we made this change with this, how would this reflect on our Constitution? Does our Constitution state that we have to have an in-person once a year? And if we have this date changed, it's going to be over a year before we have our next in-person. So I don't know how that would reflect.
If I can just have a moment, we'll check the.
Yeah, because I believe it's 1 in-person a year and 2 virtual. And if we change this date now, we would be over a year, and I don't know if that we'd be able to do that when when we have to confide to our Constitution.
Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
So the Constitution states that we have to hold 3 MNGAs per year, and one of them has to be in person and 2 virtual. It doesn't say that we have to hold the in-person session within 12 months of the previous one. As long as we hold an in-person session in each calendar year, we are okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so by having it this year in 2024, having an in-person, and then if we were to have it as being proposed here in May and June of 2025, that would satisfy the legislation as it's described, as it's set out. Was there anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I would be against the amendment simply because my community has a lot of tourism in the summer months. So for myself and my board, it would be very difficult to attend in person in June. Is there a way? I don't know. I would want the in-person. It doesn't have to be in March, but if I would want us to change up all the dates personally, because a later spring or a fall would be easier for us to attend. So I mean, I would be against the amendment simply because my community probably wouldn't be able to attend in person.
No, thank you. And I know in the past it's been kind of set up this way too, so it's kind of quarterly and it takes into account the September AGM, and so kind of works around that. So that's my understanding. But I think your comments are certainly well taken. Is there anyone else wishing to discuss the amendment, the proposed amendment? So adding that fourth set of dates and changing that third date. Not seeing any further
question.
And so what I'm going to do is we'll go by way of hands, given that it appears that we certainly have someone that one of our MNGA members that would likely be opposed to this, given the last comment. So what I will ask at this time is if you are in favor of the amendment, so adding the fourth date and changing the third one, please raise your hand and hold it high so that we can make a count. All right, thank you. Any opposed? Thank you. Any abstentions? All right, thank you. So that the amendment passes, and so we're back to the motion as amended, and the next speaker I had on that list is President Bremner, and I invite President Bremner.
Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. I think we've often looked at various dates and things that we're attempting to do, and with as many communities as we have, it's difficult for every community not to have something on or around that, as well as all the provincial and Canadian different celebrations. And I think also when there was some conversation about reducing the number of days, when we only meet once a year in person as the leaders of our communities, this is when we get to talk to other leaders personally. And, you know, when we do virtual meetings, that doesn't occur. You know, certainly you can chat on the side, but it's not the same as a face-to-face conversation. And when we've had new members come on from each community over each year sometimes with their elections, it's really important that we get to speak with each other, you know, because very often that can change what actually happens at our table then, because we are getting some feedback that we would not be aware of as we each try to light up our little light and get a chance to speak. So I don't know, I know it's difficult if you have to take time off to arrive, you know, and in order to do a 3-day and some of us doing 4 days. But at the same time, I see such an importance on it that I have to, you know, be against reducing the number of days we would attend virtually, just because it's so important to get to meet and speak with each and every one of you.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on the motion as amended? Not seeing any. If I can just have a moment. All right, thank you. So we will proceed this way. It requires a majority vote. We'll proceed by way of hands, but please keep this one. We have to record the count on this, so please keep your hands up so that we can count them. If you are in favor of motion number 1 as amended, please raise your hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any opposed? Thank you. Any abstentions? So I'll turn it over to our clerk to report the result.
So I counted 46 votes in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you very much. Motion number 1 as amended passes. And I'll turn it over to my colleague for motion number 2.
Good morning. Pardon me, everybody. Excuse me. Just a request to ask if people are cold, or how are you feeling? Are you warm? Are you too cold? Cold. You want the temperature up a little bit? Okay. So maybe if we could get the temperature up just a tad and try that out. Not too hot. 1 notch. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll see how that goes. All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to refocus us back onto motion number 2, and I will pass this on to our clerk.
So I'll wait for the motion to be put on the screen before I start reading. Excellent. So motion number 2, subject is the establishment of the 2024 election date. This will affect the offices of the MNBC Board of Directors, Métis Women of British Columbia, Métis Women of British Columbia Provincial Governance Council, Métis Youth BC Committee, and Regional Governance Councils. This is a legislative requirement in the Constitution, Electoral Act, and MNGA Act. It was submitted on January 1st, 2024, and requires a majority vote for approval. Whereas the last general election for MNBC was held on September 23, 2020. Article 42 of the Constitution requires that elections for the MNBC shall be held once every 4 years on any date within 6 months prior to the 4-year anniversary, meaning that a general election for MNBC is required to be held anytime between March 1st, 2024 and September 21st, 2024. Article 21 of the MNGA Act empowers the MNGA to set the date of the next MNBC election, and Article 4 of the Electoral Act allows for election dates to be set by the MNGA in conjunction with the terms outlined in the Constitution. Article 8.1 of the Electoral Act requires that the Chief Electoral Officer is to give 60 days notice of the elections, meaning that once the Chief Electoral Officer is appointed, the earliest time that a general election could be held is 60 days after the notice is given. And the next BC provincial election is scheduled for October 19th, 2024, and the writ is scheduled to drop on September 21st, 2024. Be it resolved that, to meet the terms of MNBC legislation related to elections and to reduce the impact of the scheduled provincial election, the MNBC general election be held on month and day to be determined 2024. And we have 3 proposed dates that the deputy clerk is proposing. Saturday, August 24th, 2024, Saturday, September 7th, 2024, and Saturday, September 14th, 2024. And I can speak more to that once we get a mover and seconder.
Thank you very much. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Do I have a mover for this motion?
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mount Métis Association, I so move.
Thank you, Jeff. Seconder?
Patrick Harriet, Regional 1 Director. I'll second it.
Go ahead, Jeff.
No, dates are good. Pick one and we're good to go.
Director Harriet?
I was going to say ditto, but I would probably pick the middle option as a suggestion. Because if we're going to want to make sure that there's time in between the end of the election and our AGM, just in case there's any recounts or whatever, to me it seems September 7th is probably good. It also gives a bit of distance between when the writ is dropped on September 21st. Thanks.
I want to recognize Mr. Beaker.
So, and I think some points were made as well around why we are suggesting these certain dates. An important point about the 3 dates that are being suggested is that because the writ for the election is dropped 60 days prior. I believe that all three of these dates would have the writ drop after the June session of the MNGA. So we get past the June section of the MNGA and then we are in full election mode. Also, because the next motion is going to be appointing the chief electoral officer, it will give the electoral officer enough time to do the administrative business they have to do to start the election in mid-June.
Vice President Minot?
I don't mind the first two dates, but I think when we're running into the third date, it's getting too close to the AGM and the opportunity for somebody to challenge the election if there is a challenge. I believe it's a 14-day challenge process, and if we have the AGM, we wouldn't be able to have it till within that timeline. And I believe we have a proposed date for the AGM coming up as well. So I'm not positive it's going to fit that timeline, but August 24th and the September 7th would definitely fit that timeline and allow us the time for anybody who has any challenges or anything to the election. So,
Vice President Van Reeren, go ahead.
I was just second Vice President Walter Minot's comments.
Director Fisher, go ahead.
I just want us to consider also that the September 7th one is the first week that all of our kids go back to school. That's the first week everybody comes back. So I think I just want to give you a heads up on that because I'm concerned about the fact that everybody's going to be pretty busy with kids and grandkids and if we're going to get the voter turnout.
President DeBoard.
Mark DeBoard, Two Rivers Métis. I'd like to suggest a much earlier date. I think that it's pretty clear people are already campaigning. Some people have already announced that they're running. And I think that anytime you have an election, it's kind of confrontational between people, factions within the Métis. And instead of, I think we need to get through this and start working together again. And so I'd really like to propose a date of June 15th, basically right after our next MNGA, and so that way we can, it also gives whoever does get elected time that they're not just a lame duck at the AGM, that they've actually had time to learn their portfolios and actually have answers at the AGM. Thanks.
Vice President Van Reeren, go ahead.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. The 3 dates there, I think the best one would be September 14th, only because the kids are going back to school, and plus the rendezvous is August 16th, I believe.
Go ahead, Vice President Minot.
On that June date that was just presented, I think one of the issues that we do have in the past, our history with MNBC is even if we did have an earlier election date, the swearing-in ceremonies for our new board are always done, are usually at our AGM, which would be in September. So the board right now would still stay in until that swearing-in date. So even if we had the election in June, we'd still be running under the same board until the next AGM. So my request would probably be the August 24th or the September 7th dates.
President Goulet.
Thank you. Tony Goulet, President North Caribou Métis, and I'm looking at September the 7th. I think if we do anything in August or any of the summer months, people are still traveling, they're out and about, you're not going to get the voter turnout. I think September the 7th, you will see probably an increase. People are geared up, going back to school, they're within their community, so I think it's a better shot to do it then. If we keep delaying it, people just won't be interested anymore. So I think September the 7th would work for the date, just for my preference. Thanks.
President Anderson, go ahead.
Rob Anderson, Vancouver Sea to Sky. I just have a question in regards to the opening of polls, because if I remember correctly, on one feather we could go in before the election date. Oh, can you hear me? Yeah, so it was, the polls opened before, like, say it was on the 7th. The polls opened before that, so there is ample time. It's not just the one day that we're voting. So I think it's important to make that clear, too.
Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
So thank you for that, President Anderson. That is correct. Online voting would open 21 days before the election date. This election date is the last day for mail ballots to be received, and then once all the ballots are received by the deadline, we then start counting on this date. So that is correct.
President Allard?
Yeah, hi, good morning. David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. I noticed that all 3 dates fall on a Saturday. I'm wondering if there's any practical considerations for having it on a Saturday as opposed to potentially a Friday or a Monday. Are there pros and cons that were taken into account? Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
The deputy clerk actually suggested a Saturday, so, and I'm looking over, was there a specific reason?
My experience is that elections are usually on a Saturday, at least ones that don't allow for people to, say, leave their work for a certain period of time.
Okay, for those who couldn't hear, for elections that don't have mandated where you have time to vote, and obviously we're talking in person, Saturday is a day where people are generally free, so not only would people be able to vote if we had in-person voting, but also anyone who would be involved in the election as a returning officer, a scrutineer for a candidate, etc. Saturday would be a little more convenient. With that said, pick any day of the week. But that is a consideration why we suggested a weekend. Thank you for that.
Director Davern?
Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair. I would just stress on behalf of youth the ability to ensure that youth are able to make it out if they are in rural communities where there is not internet access, as well as just availability, to take that time off from work is, generally speaking, more possible on the weekends, or if there's school, be it university, high school, they are more available on weekends. So if they're voting for the youth and they're in high school, they're more often available on weekends, and university is also generally, there's that higher availability on weekends. So I would just emphasize that and speak in favor of the idea of keeping it on the weekend.
President Lewis?
Richard Lewis, Cowden Valley Métis. I do agree with Mr. Devron that on the weekend is better because some of us are still not retired as much as we would like to be.
President Keith?
I like September 7th because it's right before hunting season.
Go ahead, Vice President Minot.
So I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to state the next proposed date be Saturday, September 7th, 2024.
So we can propose with that way if there's a general consensus that September 7th is what we want. The reason why we gave proposed dates, and I think we've noticed this before in MNGAs, it was a case that we would fill in the blank by having you vote for one of the dates available, and then the majority would carry. If there's a general consensus for September 7th, we would be looking for a seconder for the Vice President's motion. And then we would vote as to whether or not we want to insert the date of September 7th and then accept, and then have a vote on the motion itself.
Go ahead, Director Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Regional 1 Director. I'll second that.
President Goulet, do you wish to speak to the proposed date, to the motion on the floor?
No, I was just going to second.
Okay. Thank you. right, we're going to go ahead and try for unanimous consent. So the proposed date is Saturday, September 7th, 2024. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? All right, the motion is carried.
All right, so we are now moving to motion 3, which is quite related in a sense to the motion we just discussed. I will turn it over to our clerk to read motion 3.
Motion 3. Appointment of Chief Electoral Officer. The offices affected are the MNBC Board of Directors, the Métis Women of British Columbia Provincial Governance Council, Métis Youth BC Committee, and Regional Governance Councils. Legislative requirement in the Constitution, Electoral Act, and MNGA Act, submitted on January 31st, 2024, and requires a majority to adopt. If we could move the text down on screen. Whereas the last general election for MNBC was held on September 23, 2020, Article 42 of the Constitution requires that elections for the MNBC shall be held once every 4 years on any date within 6 months prior to the 4-year anniversary, meaning that a general election for MNBC is required to be held anytime between March 21st, 2024 and September 21st, 2024. Article 3.7 of the Electoral Act provides for the appointment of the Chief Electoral Officer by the MNGA following a request for proposals and a short listing of potential contractors by MNBC. MNBC issued a public request for proposals RFP and received 3 proposals in return, one of which did not meet the requirements set out in the RFP. Pursuant to the Electoral Act, the MNBC Board of Directors will review the proposals as February 28, 2024 meeting and shortlist the contractor candidates. Be it resolved that the MNGA members select one of the contractors shortlisted by the MNBC Board of Directors to be appointed by the Chief Electoral Officer for the 2024-2028 period, with the appointment effective March 8, 2024. And I have a presentation. And the 2 contractors that have been shortlisted by the MNBC Board of Directors is One Feather and Votes.
Thank you. What I'm going to look for is a mover and a seconder to have this motion properly on the floor, and then I will turn it back to our clerk. There's a bit of a presentation to provide some context and some comparison information regarding the 2 quotes. Recognize Director Davern.
Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair. I will move this.
Thank you. Looking for a second. I see, go ahead at the end of the table.
Vice President Vince Van Oringen, Northeast Métis Association. I'll second.
Thank you very much. I'll then now recognize our clerk again.
Okay, so we have a PowerPoint presentation for the MNGA. This is the same PowerPoint presentation that we provided to the Board of Directors when we asked them to shortlist the candidates. So the presentation is going to go through what the Electoral Act and legislation states how what the Chief Electoral Officer does in an election, and some of the changes that have been made between the last general election and the current one, because I know that we have a lot of new delegates for the MNGA since the last time that we selected a electoral officer. And then we're going to go into the quick overview of the proposals of both of the candidates that were shortlisted. And then the last slide, we're going to give a a comparative breakdown of expected costs that we have from that. So we provided the proposal packages for both of the shortlisted candidates in your packages, and I do understand that they were quite lengthy, so I hope you had a chance to peruse at least a part of it. But let's go to next slide, and first of all, let's start at the beginning, as I always say. So, so the selection of the Chief Electoral Officer, Article 5 of the Electoral Act mandates the MNGA appoint the Chief Electoral Officer for each general election for a 4-year term. Article 3.8 of the Electoral Act mandates that the MNBC board shortlist of potential contractors. Next slide. So the responsibilities of the Chief Electoral Officer, we're going to start with Article 5.1. This article has been unchanged from previous elections. So the Chief Electoral Officer provides guidance and supervision regarding the conduct of the election. They create all electoral notifications, forms, ballots, and documents as may be required. They decide the eligibility of all candidates seeking office in election. They prepare lists of electors. They appoint returning officers and poll clerks. They ensure that all election officers are in compliance with the Electoral Act and using the guiding principles of fairness and impartiality when conducting an election. They issue to election officers any information and guidance they consider necessary for the administration. They reconcile all ballots and prepare an official election report for the Métis communities and Métis Nation British Columbia Board of Directors and perform all duties assigned pursuant to the Electoral Act. That is a long legislative way of saying that they run the election, they handle the nomination packages, they prepare they prepare all of the documentation and the administration for any candidates wanting to run for election. You fill out your nomination papers. If you wish to be a candidate, submit it to the Chief Electoral Officer. The Electoral Officer also sends out all the mail ballots. They provide an online voting system if they have one, and we probably will be having one this election. Both of them have proposed that. And they also count the ballots and announce the results. So that's unchanged from at least the last election. I would probably suspect maybe 3 previous MNBC elections. Next slide. These are the chief electoral responsibilities that are new for 2024, and these were adopted by changes in the Electoral Act as suggested by the Electoral Act Committee. These responsibilities are not a requirement of the electoral officer to deliver, but they're something that the electoral officer may do subject to feasibility and finances. So the Electoral Act now also says that the Chief Electoral Officer is allowed to implement public education and information activities to make the electoral process better known to the public, particularly to those persons most likely to experience difficulties in exercising their democratic rights. Some of these activities are working with MNBC staff to develop and distribute a voter's guide for electors that explains in plain language when, where, and how to vote. The electoral officer is also allowed to take out either newspaper advertisements, social media advertisements, or direct mail and email notice to electors to increase awareness of the election and the election date. The electoral officer is also able to arrange for a virtual town hall meeting, either individually in each region or combination with other regions, for provincial and regional candidates to respond to questions and comments for electors, so your town halls. They also are able to work with MNBC committees and charter committees to provide outreach opportunities in their communities, especially around youth outreach, and any other opportunities that may be requested by a charter community or region or considered by the Chief Electoral Officer to be appropriate for a specific region or community. So these are things that they may do. We don't require them to do it, but we're giving them the ability to do that if they see that there is a benefit in doing so. Move on to the next slide. And then the election requirements in Article 5.6, these have been amended for the 2024 election, again through suggestions from the Electoral Act Committee. So 5.6 now states that the Chief Electoral Officer shall conduct elections by mail-in ballot and by online voting. This means that every citizen is going to get a mail ballot package. I know that in one of our by-elections before there was a bit of a change on that, and it was so well received that we put in legislation that everyone's going to get a mail ballot package. There will also be an option for online voting as well. Another change is that, as you can see, an MNBC charter community may, through a written request to Chief Electoral Officer, request a secured ballot box for the community for deposit mail-in ballots. The ballot box will be secured around the provisions of a secured ballot box under Article 18, and there will be a person appointed as returning officer to be responsible for the security of the above noted ballot box, meaning if your community can request a drop-off spot for completed mail ballots, it is expected that this community drop box will have a very clear deadline as to when the ballots will need to be put into the ballot box. But with that deadline, it will be that those ballots will be guaranteed to reach the Chief Electoral Officer in time to be counted. So you can return your ballots through regular mail, but if you have concerns about it reaching the electoral officer in time and your community has requested a drop box, if you put it in the drop box before the deadline, you can be assured that your vote will be counted. As well, we talked also about online voting. Online voting would be open 21 days before Election Day. Also, Article 26 allows for greater latitude for advanced polling at the Chief Electoral Officer's discretion. So if the Chief Electoral Officer thinks that it will be beneficial to have an advanced poll, they may show up in a community and open up a poll where people can hand in their mail ballots, or they might actually be able to vote in person. But that is up to the discretion of the Chief Electoral Officer. But under the Electoral Act previously, advanced polling, there were very narrow provisions as to when it could be used. Now it can be done. I'm not going to promise that it will be done, but it can be done. Let's go to the next slide, I believe. No, actually, let's go back to that last slide. At this point, are there any questions about the electoral process? I know that we've made some changes between the last couple of elections. I'm willing to take a couple of questions on the process right now before we go into the proposals, and I'm still going to look to the speakers to curate a speakers list.
Yes, thank you. I've got Vice President Minot, followed by, is it President Lewis? Thank you. And then President Anderson. Oh, sorry.
I'm definitely in favor of having ballot boxes in the communities, but I am not actually, I'm a little bit worried about the process. In the past, when you had ballot box in the communities, the community member came in, signed a documentation that they were the one putting in that vote, and put their signature on the line stating that they came in there and voted. With this process, you can have one person go around the community and pick up 50 or 60 envelopes and go to the local community and drop them all in the drop box, and we don't know whether the actual person voting is actually doing them votes. And so this is a process I'm worried about when we're talking about voting within the community. I agree we need voting in the community. I was one of the ones that fought for it. But the processes I'm worried about. How are we going to assure that the right people that voting are putting their those envelopes are going in with their consent or whatever? I know they have to sign the actual ballot, but for them not to sign at the polling station, I don't know if I've ever seen that done before, and I'm just wondering how it would reflect on the actual votes that come in, whether they're proper or not.
Thank you for the question, Vice President Minot. Because we're talking about a drop box for completed mail and ballot packages, the same attestations that an elector makes that they are casting their ballot is the same as if they put their ballot in the mail. So I do understand that some people may be motivated to pick up ballots, like completed mail-in ballot packages, and put them in a community drop box. I would also say that somebody, even before these provisions, could have done the same thing and just put them in a Canada Post mailbox as well. Ultimately, when the ballot package ends up at the chief electoral officer, they verify the signature matches up with a legitimate elector, and not only do you have to give your signature, you also give your MNBC citizenship number. So that is still where a mail ballot package is confirmed to be legitimate, and if legitimate, would then be put in for counting.
Thank you. I next have President Lewis. If I've recognized or have you on my list, you can turn your light off, and then just raise your hand if you're wishing to speak next, but I'll have President Lewis.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. I'm just curious how many proponents actually applied for the RFP?
Thank you for that. We received 3 submissions, 2 of which met the requirements, 1 did not. So one did not make for consideration because when we saw the submission that they made, it didn't meet the requirements that we set out in the RFP process. We'll get into that into the next slide.
Thank you. I next have President Anderson. Yep. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm just wondering, with the mail-outs, is there going to be time allowed for returns, and how does the return ones go to MNBC for them to try and contact those people, or maybe there's a wrong address or whatever? Like, is there going to be a long enough time for the mail-outs to come back and be reissued or, taken care of?
Thank you for that question, and the short answer for that is I hope so. We did change some requirements around the election deadlines to provide 7 extra days for mail ballots to be sent out and then be returned, because of course ballots can't be sent out until the candidates list is finalized, so nominations would have to be closed and then confirmed by the electoral officer. We've shortened the timeline for when nominations need to be put in to the electoral officer, and we also shortened the timeline of how long it will take the electoral officer to confirm candidates. And we found an extra 7 days that we expect ballots to be sent out so that they can be returned, because that is a concern.
Thank you very much. I have President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Seminar Métis. As part of the Electoral Act Committee, I pushed for a change to the Electoral Act, and it wasn't mentioned in the presentation here. It was just the following section here. If I can all have you turn to page 146. There's subsection 5.2, subsection B. It states that the chief electoral officer shall, as much as reasonably possible in as many outreach activities as possible, include information regarding the positions available for election, a description of responsibilities and time commitments. I'm just wondering if we can have assurance from MNBC that those descriptions will be passed on to the chief electoral officer, and at the very least that disseminated to all citizens, so we know that the candidates who are putting their name forward are well aware of at the bare minimum the time commitments required for being a board director. We're seeking people that are fully committed, and I believe that at the very least that information should be supplied by MNBC to the chief electoral officer. So that's part of the process as well. So that was just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment, President Allard. It is our intention that the Electoral Act Committee is going to work on that document about setting out general requirements of, well, not requirements, but a general idea of what being a board member entails, and we would have that ready for the electoral officer in time for the election. So anyone who is part of the Electoral Act Committee, we are intending to meet probably twice between now and June to finalize that piece. And then once we're past this general election, we can start looking at what else we want to change to the Electoral Act.
Thank you very much. President Pope.
Yes, this is in regards to, when you went back a ways, like from what I understand, we, the membership here, pick out the electoral services and then the board shortlisted as it is. Shouldn't we, the membership, do that while we're here and save the board? Because I know they're busy as it is, and we can confirm the electoral services here and now with the membership?
Yes, certainly, and excuse me, that's what we are doing here. So the, and I'm sure Mr. Beaker's going to get to it. He was mentioning about the number of submissions. That's essentially what the motion number 3 is doing, is to choose between the two that have already been shortlisted by the board, and the presentation is to provide some of that context and background for these the members here to make that decision. So, thank you. Director Harriott.
Patrick Harriott, Region 1 Director. I wanted to speak to the what I heard about incorrect addresses, because that was an issue, and the citizenship people have been reaching out and getting people to update their address, but we are going to do a lot more outreach leading up to the election now that the registry has a citizen portal, because you can log on and you can make sure that your contact information is up to date. And that's really important if you want to receive a mail-in ballot. So I would encourage all of you to direct your members to the citizenship portal, signing up and just making sure that all the information is up to date, because we want as many people to be able to vote as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no further questions I have on the list, so Mr. Beaker, if you wish to continue with your presentation.
Okay, so next slide. Now we're going to start talking about I'm going to go over the RFP process that we use to get submissions, and then we'll talk about the 2 submissions that we, actually the 3 submissions that we received and the 2 that were shortlisted. So the request for proposals for a chief electoral officer with the election and contract requirements as put forward by the Electoral Act, Constitution, et cetera, was issued on November 28th, 2023. This request for proposals was posted on BC Bid and Civic Info BC. The RFP package was also directly sent to our last 3 chief electoral officers. That included One Feather, who was the electoral officer appointed in 2020, Mr. Louis Villegas, who was appointed in 2016, and Don Caverly and his consulting firm name escapes me, but Don Caverly was the 2012 Chief Electoral Officer. We sent the RFP package to them directly. And it was also circulated through other channels. We were able to socialize it, myself, Deputy Clerk, and a couple other staff members who have experience in municipal elections specifically. We raised awareness of people that we know who do this work. The RFP closing date was January 19th, 2024. 3 proposals were received and reviewed by MNBC staff. 1 proposal was not shortlisted because it did not meet the requirements in the RFP. I'm going to anticipate the question as to why it did not happen. The costs that were part of the RFP were not only quite a bit more than the other ones, but they were also requesting for costs beyond the general election, which was something that the RFP stated that if there was, say, a by-election, it would be quoted separately. So because of this, that proposal did not meet the requirements of the RFP and was not added to the shortlist. The other 2 met all of the requirements. The shortlist was proposed to the board, and the board approved the shortlist of One Feather and votes to come forward to the MNGA for a decision. Next slide, please. So we're just a quick highlight of the 2 candidates that were proposed. One Feather served as the MNBC Chief Electoral Officer over the last 4 years and has done 4 elections for us, 2 by-elections, the September 2022 youth elections, and the MNBC 2020 general election. A bit about One Feather, as some of you may or may not know. Election administration and online voting platform is one of the many services offered by the company. They are not solely an election administration company. It is one of the many things that they do. They do a lot of other work around app development and microfinancing, specifically with First Nations. One Feather is an Indigenous-owned company. The principal, Lawrence Lewis, who served as a chief electoral officer last year, is a First Nations, and they are based in Victoria, BC. Next slide, please. Votes. Votes has extensive election experience. They've administered 7 First Nations elections, over 100 Ontario municipal elections in 2014, 2018, 2022, 30 U.S. counties across 15 states, mobile voting in the 2020 U.S. presidential elections, and also a national referendum in Venezuela. Votes is an election management company. What they do is they manage elections. Votes online platform is a robust online electronic voting application with an emphasis on cybersecurity and testing. The One Feather online voting platform is also secure as well, and they are based in North Bay, Ontario. Next slide. So here, because as you can see in the proposals that were provided by the electoral officers, they were able to provide their budget with quite a bit of latitude. Some of them said that a service was included, another one said that it would be billed separately. Because of this, when staff looked at the proposals that we were putting on the short list, we tried to create a apples to apples comparison as well as we could for the MNGA for consideration around costs. So the first line there is that staffing to run the elections. One Feather does quote it separately, but Vote said that it was included in their proposal. For both of the candidates, for any work that they do outside of the scope of work, so the administration of the election itself would be quoted separately if we were asked them to do that. And I'd also like to point out if we could please have everyone's attention to the person who has the floor right now. Thank you. So for a polling station, and the polling station is in the context of an advanced voting polling station. So you're going to be showing up and you're going to be allowing people to walk in, have their credentials confirmed, and then vote in person. As you can see, there is a difference in the range of cost for the polling stations between the two. However, the reason why that is that for One Feather, when they proposed the polling stations, they were stating that they were going to be using paper ballots, whereas Votes was going to have a table for a elector to come in, have their credentials confirmed, and then they would be directed probably to a tablet to use the online voting system as a kiosk. Both candidates have stated that they would be able to use a kiosk voting platform if we have advanced voting, or they could also use paper ballots as well. If we were to use paper ballots, that is the higher end. The lower end is if we are going paperless, for lack of a better term. A help desk. The help desk means a 1-800 number for electors to call if they are having troubles casting their vote online, if they haven't received their mail ballot and they expected it, etc. One Feather has it included, Votes has it quoted separately. One of the things that was mentioned at the board meeting around that is that for whichever successful candidate is picked, we are going to ensure that the help desk is manned by a live person at least through probably about between 10 to 12 hours a day, because we know that there was some concern previously that people would call the help desk and they would be asked to leave a voicemail. Of course, if somebody is already being helped on the other line, there's that. But we're going to endeavor to have it that if somebody needs help with voting, that there's an expectation that a live person picks up when they call in. Virtual town hall meetings were either included or not quoted, but the cost is minimal to hold a virtual town hall meeting. Basically, you need an online platform like Zoom or Teams to hold that. So if we are to have virtual town hall meetings, we think that they're pretty equitable between the two candidates. Ballot creation. There is a bit of a difference between the ballot creation. For votes, they state that they will be creating the paper ballots through their online voting system and then printing them out and sending them as well. But the big difference between the two proposals, as you can see, is the cost of ballot packages. So the ballot creation is the printing of the ballots, like creating the ballot and printing it. The ballot packages is the cost to send the mail ballots out to people and to get them back. And as you can see, the cost of doing the mail ballot package in the election is about half of the cost of the entire election as well. For One Feather is going to be applying a cost of $4.15 per voting package, which includes return postage. For votes, the costs are a little more variable. Votes is going to charge $1 per returned ballot package, and they are going to, we're estimating a quote to send out all of the ballot packages included in that, and then we were estimating a previous election return rate of about 10% of mail ballots is what we have for the range in for votes. However, because they're charging us per package returned, if we get a lot of mail ballots back, it will cost us more, but we'll have increased the number of people who have voted. But also, if a lot of people opt for online voting, very few mail ballot packages come in, the cost could be lower. So that is one of the differences there between the costs. One of them is fixed and one of them is variable. And then the last point as well is that One Feather has stated a contingency of up to $10,000 for any cost overruns. Any of that's unused is returned to MNBC, of course. Votes did not quote a contingency. So as you can see from the numbers there, there is roughly about a 25 to 30K difference in the bands. We do think that it's that there's enough moving pieces in how the election is going to be administrated that both of the quotes are reasonable, and I hope that this comparison helped to give an apples to apples comparison between the two candidates. With that said, I am open to answering some questions specifically about the candidates that were proposed.
Thank you. President Byrd.
Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. For the mail-in ballots, One Feather is located in Victoria. Where would the mail-in ballots go to for votes? Would that go to Ontario? And if so, would that extend the amount of time needed for that mailing to happen?
The answer would be no. We would request that they have a P.O. box in British Columbia for the ballots. I'm just going to assume that it's probably in the Lower Mainland, but it will be a BC P.O. box.
Thank you. Director Davern.
Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair. I will be speaking in favor with my BC on One Feather, but I do have a question. Is there some way that we can put a sanction or some form of repercussion on one of these two groups if there are deficiencies that are identified, or if there are problems that come up, say like a 10%, 25% discount if we have people who are returning with not received ballots or something to that effect. I know that I'm fully aware that One Feather has really grown in the last 4 years, but it is absolutely a concern that if people are not receiving ballots, there is some form of repercussion and also some form of a like an not apology, if that makes sense.
Thank you for the question, and it is something that we could negotiate with the successful candidate. One thing I will say is that MNBC has had quite rotten luck when we've run elections with either natural disasters or mail strikes. And I mean that sincerely, that it seems like every time MNBC has an election, the posties either go on strike or a flood comes in. While those disrupt our elections, I could not reasonably state that it is the electoral officer's fault. With that said, though, if there is something that is within the electoral officer's power, that is something that we would definitely be looking for the electoral officer to rectify. So, for example, if we found out that ballot creation and sending out of the ballot packages happened much later than we expected, even with the extended timelines, even if a natural disaster hits a week later and disrupts the mail, they were not getting those ballot packages out in time to begin with. So that is something that we would discuss with them, and thank you for the suggestion. Of course, we would have to negotiate that with the successful candidate, but it's a good idea, and I thank you for it. Bremner.
Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. One of the questions I have is in terms of ballots are returned because the address was incorrect. Is that how many of MNBC's citizens have not updated their cards and information within that five-year period? Because that could really be affecting that return rate of inappropriate addresses.
So, hi, Colleen. Would you like to come up and give an estimate of how many electors could be potentially affected by President Bremner's question?
Thanks, John. So I would just start by saying that the MNBC Hub is the place where some of you, and hopefully more of you, but it's quickly growing, have went in and created accounts where you can manage your citizenship. So this MNBC Hub is for people to apply for citizenship, to manage their citizenship, and for chartered community presidents to manage their communities. So in the case of an election, for the MNBC Hub to manage your citizenship, it is your responsibility, not the Ministry of Citizenships, to keep your address up to date. So if you do not receive a way to vote in the next election because your address is incorrect, it's not our responsibility, it's your responsibility. So think of it when you renew your driver's license, it's your responsibility to update your address. So if your address is updated on the MNBC Hub on the account you've created, or you contact the Ministry of Citizenship if you've updated your address or moved, then you will most likely receive your voter information. But if it is not correct and it comes back to MNBC, it's because your address has not been updated, and the only person that can do that is you. So that's kind of the Ministry of Citizenship's role in this. So you can do it through the Hub, but you can also do it through citizenship@mnbc.ca. If, you know, we continue with the Hub, but we also continue with paper applications, and we continue with, you know, helping you update your address if you need help. So we know when the election is now, so we have lots of time to do that. So please do so. And I hope that answers the question.
It kind of does, at least from what I was hearing. And I don't know if you have a number, or if you could even guess a number of how many citizens may have stale addresses in the registry. I think that was President Bremner's question, and I appreciate if you don't have a number offhand.
And I have a suggestion coming out of community, as we do regularly attempt to communicate with our membership, to really be sending that key information out. Please, there is an election coming. It's important for all of us to have a vote there if we're eligible. So please, you know, if even many of our older members would not have access to the internet, but we could assist them by them coming to the office to then enter the hub and get all of that corrected. Because I think it's really important we try and get as many voters out with legitimate votes happening this time. Thank you.
Take them off, thank you.
Okay, sorry. I'm always getting into trouble. Probably because of John, no. So, yeah, so again, that's not the responsibility of the Ministry of Citizenship. We're in the business of citizenship, and we need to stay focused on that. So for the election, for messages to come out about this, then we'll work with Communications Department to do that, but it comes from communications. So when you receive your messages from Community Services and Communications Department to the elections coming up and to remind you to update your citizenship card, it's not the Ministry of Citizenship that manages that. And I'm really trying hard, and you'll hear me say this a little bit going forward, to really focus on getting those applications processed that are in the queue that people need. And we need to really focus on that. So these kind of things over the years that have landed on the Ministry of Citizenship, it's not our role. Our role is to process citizenship. So part of creating the hub was for us to share that responsibility with you all and to have you go in there and update your citizenship. And that way you will receive your voter information, but I agree we need to notify people lots. I'm one of the worst ones in my email. When I get my notifications, I hardly ever read them, and I should read them more. But we'll work with comms, community and services to make that happen. So we'll do everything in our power, but again, it's just, we need to keep busy doing cards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to give the order so everyone knows that I've got you, and if I don't, please just raise your hand. So I've got Director Dieger, Vice President Minot, President Sears, President Stanwood, President Byrd, Leader McDonnell, and Director Gervais. But I'll go with, and I see the next hand there, but I'll go with Director Dieger.
Yeah, Louis DeJager, Region 2 Director. My question is kind of a clarification. From what I'm reading, Votes is a management company, so there's lots of third-party people that obviously they're going to be using like P.O. boxes, so we don't really know. And One Feather is more in-house. So how is kind of the scrutineer process going to happen as well? I don't think scrutineers can all fit in a P.O. box, so where are they all going to go?
Thank you for that question. And I need to clarify that Votes is an election management company. They do have staff that are listed in the RFP that work for them. So they have staff in-house that I believe is sufficient to administer the election, much the same as One Feather. President Byrd did mention about having a P.O. box in British Columbia if they are the successful candidate, but I also believe that they would be able to manage that as well. They're not Votes does not appear to be a company that does a lot of subcontracting, if that helps.
Thank you. Vice President Minot.
I found a lot of issues we've had in the last couple elections is the process of contacting the electoral officer, and I notice you have help desk included in there. Can we also put a stipulation with whoever we decide to put in as our electoral officer, that in the contract stating that, I know you said we'd like to have somebody there answering in person. Is that in the contract? Is that an agreement? I think it needs to be stipulated in the agreement, because a lot of times people get online, they start to vote and they can't get through. They phone the help number, there's no answer, they give up on their vote. So we've just lost a person's vote there in the election, because some people just don't have the time to get back and start trying to work with it. There's people that like are very adamant about voting that will spend that time. But there is a lot of people that aren't. So I believe we're losing a lot of votes if we do not have something included in that agreement to assure us that that help desk is going to be there available for our people when needed. We can't be calling there and just getting an answering machine all the time and not getting calls back. And that was the biggest complaint I had. So if we can have a stipulation in the agreement to stating that they must have somebody at that help desk answering the calls to our citizens to try to help them in the voting process.
Yes. It would have to be written to a contract for them to deliver on that. So yes, I absolutely agree.
Thank you. I next have President Sears.
Oh, I'm just wondering with the votex or votes, I'm wondering whether the contingency is not quoted. It doesn't say that it's included, it says not quoted. And with the difference between one feather and them, the totals, they could be putting in for extra costs, couldn't they? Because it's not quoted, but it doesn't say included.
Yeah, thank you for that point, President Sears. So first off, so the contingency that One Feather is quoted is reflected in their total. And you are correct that that beyond what the contract is, both candidates would be able to return to MMBC and state, more than likely it would be a case of you've asked us to do something that was outside of the scope of the original contract, and they would quote it separately. The important thing is, though, is that One Feather is quoting a contingency in their costs that if it is not used would be returned and would reduce the overall amount. Votes just did not quote that. So they have a a harder quote without a contingency, but also they have a variable in how in the cost of returning ballots. But both candidates will have a contract that stipulates what we expect of them and a dollar amount that the contract is for, and they would have to deliver those deliverables based on that dollar amount. Anything outside of that contract would be quoted separately. So if, for example, if Votes comes and says, we have this contract, we thought it was going to cost us $130,000, but we find out it's going to cost us $160,000, could we have an extra $30,000? The answer is no. If they come and say, you asked us to do some more work and it's going to cost us $30,000, I'll be reasonable and say, yes, we'll pay you for the extra work.
Thank you. And next I have President Stanwood.
I have a couple of questions here. I'd like to see some form of accountability in the process. Like was saying, if they don't meet expectations, they should be accountable for their work, and some sort of agreement. When you draw up the agreement, there should be some clause in there for accountability. The next thing was for getting out to the citizens. We use Constant Contact, which is a program which we can get out to our citizens. We can inform them ahead of time that that election's going to happen, and have them refer back to the hub and sign up. We do check their addresses. We go out and we have an automatic return that says return here. Most of their email addresses are correct, but some of their home addresses are not. So we can go out there, within 5 or 10 minutes to contact everybody and have them check their addresses to see if they're correct, and also have them inform them that election is happening and that they should be referring to the hub, because it is our responsibility to inform our citizens that an election is happening, and that they can, or if they're going to be receiving a mail out, that they should have their address there. Thank you.
Thank you. President Byrd.
In previous elections, we've had the opportunity to have scrutineers present. I'm wondering, I know that occurred last year, I believe, with One Feather in their office, I believe, when the votes were counted. How would that occur with votes?
That would most likely occur with votes, that they would have a room present where the ballots would be counted, where scrutineers can be present, because the Electoral Act does allow for a right for scrutineers to be present during the vote count. Now, with One Feather, and I was not present for the 2020 general election, I do know that for One Feather, for the by-elections, they counted them in the One Feather offices, but that was because the scope of the election was very small. I believe that One Feather rented out and is proposing to rent out a separate room to count the physical ballots for the general election, because there's expected to be a higher volume of ballots.
So I guess just a follow-up, if I may, around added cost. If we're adding in a PO box, and if it doesn't sound like that's being added to Votes' proposal, and perhaps a venue to host them for when they count, I'm wondering, I know they're minimal costs in the grand scheme of things, but just curious if there are other considerations that might slowly add up as well.
And I'm actually going to turn to the deputy clerk very quickly on this. She's a little more familiar with the proposals than I am. So yes, if we could just maybe give a moment for her to find a microphone. I do know that both of those things were listed as requirements in the RFP process, but
Hi, thank you. So the votes quote does include a cost, I don't remember exactly how much off the top of my head, of having someone on site to count the votes. So in that case, I imagine there would be a room or someplace that they would be counting these votes, and at that point, scrutineers would be invited in. As to the cost, I think, as you indicated, President Byrd, the cost is generally fairly minimal. I mean, whether it's a room in a community center or at a church or even somewhere at MNBC headquarters, right? I mean, we can provide that.
so if I may ask the deputy clerk a bit of a hard probing question, the cost of the rental of that room and also the cost of the PO box, is that reflected in the total cost that we have at the bottom?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. I will say that with One Feather, they do already have a PO box in British Columbia, so I did remember seeing that that was included at no cost. It would be an extra cost for votes. Thank you.
Thank you. I next have Leader McNell.
Thank you. And merci for using the I prefer leader, and I thank you for noticing that. I would like to see a clear mechanism in place. If, again, I'm missing a ballot, one ballot out of all of them, I would like to know that when I notify whichever one it is, that I'm missing a ballot, and when I notify MNBC, there's a clear mechanism that I'm going to get that ballot. I spoke to the CEO twice. I called One Feather and left messages 4 times. That's 6 messages, actually speaking to the CEO. Anyway, I never got that ballot, and I feel robbed. I still, to this day, no one has a right to take away my right to vote. And that's how that feels when you're going to vote and you don't have everyone in that packet. So instead of I think or what if, I want something clear saying what will happen and what is the process for me to get it in time. Merci.
Madam Speaker, if you want to respond to that. Oh, no, okay. I've got Director Gervais.
Ranger Gervais, Region 5. Yeah, I understand that every citizen, it's their responsibility to change their address and through the hub, and probably the fastest way. But I'm just wondering what the turnaround for doing this would be in using the hub, and the challenges of reaching elders in like rural areas. What do we do to speed up that thing with with the voters to be able to have that service? Yeah, just a simple question. Just what is the turnaround to be able to get that done the fastest way?
Renee, I believe
the amount of time.
Perhaps I'll maybe have Colleen perhaps respond to that. And perhaps as Colleen's coming up, I would expect there's another option might be, if someone doesn't have internet access, they could still call in to confirm their change, but I'll let Colleen confirm whether or not that's even a possibility as well.
Thank you. So, great question. So if you have an account on the hub, it's instantaneous. So you go in and just like you would on your Amazon account, and you update your MasterCard and change your email and change your phone number kind of thing. So it's instant. So as soon as you do it, it's done. And I will just share a couple examples with you. If, say, someone was having trouble, because not everybody has great Wi-Fi, I totally agree, and not everybody can get on the hub. So if you do manage to get an account on the hub, or you've got some help from us and you now have an account on the hub and you're wondering about an address change, you can actually contact us. And Patricia is sitting outside there. She's just a wonderful person and our Citizenship Relations Coordinator. She is our first point of contact in our Ministry of Citizenship for these types of things. And if you're having troubles, you can call her or email her at citizenship@mnbc.ca and connect with her. And she can actually help you. You can go on the hub and she can do it live with you. So if you're having any troubles or how to get it done, she can pull the screen up and share her screen with you and show you exactly how to do it and where to put your information. So, but a good point, Renee, and part of it too is not just your address, but your email. So your email is very, very important. And I know that for the hub, when some people were having troubles creating an account, often it was an email that you used when you applied for citizenship, might have been like 10 years ago. And now you have this new Gmail, but you're trying to use the new email to create your account, when really what we have on our file is the original email that you used to create your citizenship. So if you run into those problems, you just need to reach out to us and we can help you through it. But yeah, going on and doing it yourself is instantaneous, and that was kind of the purpose behind the hub, so that you could manage all your information and change your email and make sure it's always up to date. But that doesn't mean that we can't help you if you reach out to us, because you might not have good Wi-Fi. And we might be able to just help you create an account, or else we can go right into the CRM right there with you on the phone and say, okay, tell me your new email. We type it in for you and everything. We say, okay, we're good. We confirmed it. So there's more than one way to do it. So however you guys want to do it is what we'll help you with. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Point of order. Does one feather allow for health breaks at MNGAs?
Just before you ask the question, I will recognize President Allard for the point of order. And can you repeat that? Sorry. And introduce yourself. It was a point of order, and I'm recognizing you as speaking to the point of order.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about a health break here. We're not done this conversation, which is great. So 10:45 is health break on the agenda. I just want to bring that to the attention of everyone. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I was just in discussions with my colleague here on how, because we do still have a list, and there's been some good discussion. So what we will do then is, how long was it scheduled for? 15 minutes. So we will take the break and resume after that. We'll come back at 11:05.
Pixie Wells.
Hi, hi.
Vince Van Weergen.
Here.
Marlene Swears. Joyce Sundin.
Present.
Greg Stanwood.
Here.
Lisa Smith.
Here.
Natasha Smith.
Here.
Dana Shaw.
Here.
Mert Servatius.
Here.
Kelly Sears.
Present.
Chris Sample.
Here.
Dan Pope.
Here, I knew you'd get me when I was having a drink of coffee.
Lana Olson. Walter Minot.
Here.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present.
Richard Lewis.
Here.
Charlotte Lever.
Here.
Peter Lang.
Here.
Jamie Keith. Travis Jobin. Susie Hooper. Patrick Harriet.
Present.
June Graham.
Present.
Tony Goulet.
Here.
Dean Gladue.
Here.
Rainey Gervais. Lee Fraser.
Present.
Paulette Flamond.
Here.
Deborah Fisher.
Here.
Alicia Fernando.
Present.
Kate Elliott. Mark DeBoard.
Present.
Cheryl Dodman.
Tanche.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Present.
Louis DeJager.
Present.
Sean Daverin.
Here.
Jeff Crozier. Nicole Corson. Alana Copeland.
Here.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Here.
Ron Karan. Topher Burke.
Present.
Zev Brewer. Joy Bremner.
Present.
Caitlin Bird.
Present.
Miranda Berard.
Here.
Rob Anderson.
Here.
Dave Allard. Is there anyone that I missed? Okay, I confirm that we have a quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a few housekeeping items to attend to before we get back to the questioning. First, you all should have received one of these vouchers at your seat. You do need this voucher for lunch. Lunch will be back where the buffet was for breakfast. We will be having lunch with the general public, so if you do not have this voucher, then you will have to pay out of pocket. So please make sure you remember your voucher. The second item that was brought to my attention was the talking and discussion going on. So both around the MNGA table here and in the gallery. If you could please refrain from having side conversations because the noise is carrying. If there's something you need to attend to in the gallery, please take your discussion outside. And that way we can listen to the speaker who has the floor at the time and everybody can hear, so we would appreciate that. And the third item I have is just to ask, how is everybody feeling temperature-wise? Because some people are upset that it's a bit too cold. Some people are feeling great. Do we want the temperature up a little bit? No? People are... Okay, how about if people want the temperature up, can I see some hands up? Okay, maybe a smidgen if we could try. One more? Yeah. Okay, thank you everybody. I will pass it back over to Mr. Pelche.
Thank you so much. Just so that we can proceed with the remaining of the business today, I'm going to stop the list at what I've got so far. I'm just going to let you know who I've got, and then that'll be our order. Once we get to the end of this list, then we will proceed to actually dealing with voting on motion number 3. So we will have Vice President Van Weergen, is it President Shaw? President Shaw, President Smith, President Goulet, President Copeland, President Allard, President Bird, and President Servatius at the end. So Vice President Van Weergen, please go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, sorry, Deputy Speaker, just a clarification. My question is simply on the presentation that CGO Beaker is presenting. We're still going to go motion and have discussion on Resolution 3. Would that be correct?
We can do that, or we could, this could be portion of the, like, getting the information as part of this, part of the debate. I will leave it up to the Assembly how they wish to proceed, if they feel that they have enough information to make the decision, or if they wish to have further debate that might inform their decision on how they wish to do it. We'll when we get to completing with President Servatius, I'll invite the floor to see how we wish to proceed at that time.
I only ask because if not, then I should probably put a question into my other question. But this is simply about if we can bring the presentation back up that Mr. Beaker was doing in regards to the costs, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Give a second. There we go.
Beautiful, thank you. So I just, Mr. Beaker, a question regarding some of the costs that were totaled. Thank you very much for doing this. I spent like 2 days doing it myself. So, but in regards to the polling stations, that would be per polling station, correct?
That is correct.
Perfect. So we're looking at like 44 to 59,000 if we did about 20 polling stations. The other question I had too.
Sorry, just to clarify about that. That is correct, but the polling stations are around advanced polling. Advanced polling stations are to the discretion of the Chief Electoral Officer and would also be subject to funding available. So you're right. If we had that many advanced polling stations which allowed for a form of in-person voting, that would be a cost. It would be, it's my sense that we probably wouldn't have enough funding to have that many. But assuming that, yes, I think your numbers are correct. And please continue.
Perfect, thank you. That's my question. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, the other question is the ballot packages. When I was going through both proposals, the ballot packages is correct, fixed with one feather. I noticed the ballot packages are 35,000 with votes, and we've got 92 to 100,000, but just a quick question. I'm assuming that that's postage to and from included by MNGA, because I have no idea what postage costs nowadays.
Yes, that is correct. And then also in addition to postage, votes will be charging $1 per package returned as part of administration costs of opening and verifying.
And sorry, just to follow up, that is, you said 10%, so votes is included the 2,000 units at $2,000 in the proposal of the 35,000.
Yes, and that's that is based on very close numbers to the number of return ballots in the 2020 general election, but also remember in the 2020 general election it was only mail ballots. So the estimates are quite high because we want to give you a number that we can come under, of course. Again, if we get a lot more ballots back, it will cost us more money, of course, but that also means more people have voted, so I'm happy with that. Our financial officer may not.
Thank you very much. President Shaw.
Dana Shaw, Boundary Métis Community Association. I could just use clarification on something. Am I right in understanding that you can only vote if you receive your mail package? You can't just vote online if you don't receive that?
I'm sorry, there's some silverware clanking behind me. Could you repeat the question? I only got half of it.
Yeah, can you only vote if you receive your mail-in package? You can't vote online without that package?
No, you can vote online even if you don't receive a mail ballot package because at least the way that the One Feather online system was used, you sign up for online voting. The software will use two-step verification to ensure that your email address is valid, but then the electoral officer is going to confirm your credentials that you're a bona fide elector, at which point you will be confirmed to be able to vote online, and then when online voting is opened, you'll be sent, at least in the last election, you're sent a PIN code to access your ballot. So all of that can be done online, and you don't need the mail ballot package to activate online voting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. President Smith.
Thank you. From what I'm seeing, I think there's a lot of unknowns with using a company from Ontario, including scrutineers and where the counting would happen. I worry about mailing and ballot boxes and how that would get back to Ontario in a timely manner. I think One Feather, we've used them before, and I tend to lean towards them. They know our system, they've made some mistakes, and they've corrected it. And I also think keeping it in BC is beneficial to our citizens and to our electors. So I also wonder as well, I know with One Feather it would be, is it Lawrence Lewis that would be the Chief Electoral Officer? I don't know about votes, who their Chief Electoral Officer would actually be, and whether they're familiar with our Constitution and all the different requirements. I still think I'm leaning towards One Feather. I just have concerns about using an Ontario company. So thank you.
A couple comments based on that. Part of the RFP process, we provided a copy of the Constitution and our Electoral Act for them. So, I would so Votes is aware of our legislation. Do they know it as intimately as the last electoral officer? Probably not, but they are aware of the requirements that are needed, and the RFP reflected that. Another thing too is that there is a difference between election staff, which would be part of the Chief Electoral Officer staff of administrating polls and counting the ballots, but scrutineers are representatives of candidates to watch the count. So that is up to the candidates to provide scrutineers if they wish. And I hope that answers some of your questions there.
Thank you. I have President Goulet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just looking at both One Feather and Votes. You know, you can see the request. It's quite a big price difference on the totals, right? And I'm just wondering why the staff piece is so heavy within One Feather and the Votes has it all included. I'm wondering if we're adding if they're adding a extra staff person at the expense of the Métis to run an election. You look at that just threw me for a loop, you know. I'm gonna look at, if I look at it just based on merits, you know, Votes looks like it's sort of an independent, it's their business to run elections. They fully know what they're doing. They would probably have some of these questions answered and probably be able to be able to fit in. Looks like they've done some intensive online and apps that they've created for voting already and have those in place. You know, some of their, according to this, which I've got in the package, their resume seems to be that they can do a lot of elections and be able to do that. So I'm just thinking of, for me, I'm looking at if we were to make a decision, mine would probably be for Votes. I know there's some concern about there on Ontario. They're fairly neutral. Maybe it's time we move away from one person just doing our election and try to think outside that box. So just my personal thoughts, but I was a little concerned as well when I'm looking at, was that on purpose in my book that I have? Some of the pages were completely blacked out. Is that they didn't want us to have that information, or that was only information to see by the MNBC Board of Directors?
So thank you for your questions, President Goulet. So first on the staff costs, we put the staff costs up for One Feather because they quoted it separately as part of their RFP. We did confirm with Votes that any costs related to staff administrating what they needed to deliver for the election was included in their proposal, and if not, we invited them to give some supplemental costs on that. They confirmed to deliver the election as required under our legislation. The staff costs were included, they just didn't quote it separately. So I hope that answers that. Second, around the redaction of the packages, 2 points for that. Number one is that the board was provided the same package as the MNGA was. So if there was a redaction in the package that was given to the MNGA, it was redacted, given to the board. The reason why it was redacted was because the proposer stated that the information was not was not to be made public, and our MNGA documents are made public on our website. So they identified certain parts of their proposal was meant for staff consideration as part of the shortlist, but they asked it not to be made public. Some of that also had to do with some personal contact information that was not available publicly. If you do say a phone number and email address, it's because it is publicly available. But thank you for that clarification, or chance to clarify.
Thank you. I got President Copeland.
My question was answered.
Thank you. President Allard. Thank you. President Byrd.
Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. When you went through the presentation in 5.2, you included a number of the various things to be done to increase voter awareness, some of which includes newspaper advertisements, social media advertisements, etc. Are those pieces in addition to the cost that is here? Like in 5.2 it says may and pending and all those things. So curious if the quotes include that kind of public promotion in it leading up to the election or not.
They do not include those quotes because those will be quoted separately and will be subject to any extra finances MNBC might have. The one piece of direct promotion of the election that is included by the electoral officer is a requirement that when the election is announced, a postcard is sent out to every citizen stating the date. That is included. Any other advertisement around that is not.
Thank you. President Servatius.
Mert Servatius, President of Kootenay South Métis. I just have a couple of comments. First about One Feather. We had nothing but problems. People did not receive their votes. They didn't get their address. They phoned and phoned and phoned and didn't get any answer back. They were asked to send out the packages back out again, never sent them out. So we had nothing but problems with One Feather from the start to finish. The second question I have is the one from Ontario. Have they done any Métis elections at all? Do you know that?
They didn't include any elections with any governing members or other Métis entities as part of their experience.
Okay, I just wondered. And they will have an office in, say, Vancouver or wherever, that they're going to have someplace in BC that everything, I know you said that they are going to have a box number, but are they going to have a staff that's where if there's scrutineers or anybody that wants to be there, can be there at the office or wherever they're counting the votes, that they are able to do that?
It would be my expectation that the ballots would be counted in British Columbia and they would provide staff, at least for the counting of ballots, to be in British Columbia. Aside from that, I can't speak for how they wish to operationalize all of that, so that's the best answer I can give you on that.
Because I can't see people going all the way to Ontario to, watch them count votes. So I would think they were going to have an office in BC somewhere.
Yes. Okay, so thank you for that. So that will be a requirement that the votes are counted in British Columbia if they are the successful candidate. As to whether or not the help desk will be manned in British Columbia or Ontario, I can't speak to that. But we can make that a requirement that the votes are counted here, of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that was the end of the list I had. So I'm going to raise back to the point that I spoke to briefly with Vice President Van Werrigen. We are at 11:30, so we're a little bit past just in the agenda. I will turn it to the floor if we wish to proceed by way of to the vote at this point, or if there wish to be actual discussion as opposed to questions, if that would be the request. And so I will recognize Vice President Van Werrigen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, sorry. I guess I would just ask the membership, I know everybody had some speaking, and if no one else wants to move to vote, I would like an opportunity for myself to make some points on the proposed vendors. I haven't had that opportunity because I wanted to ask financial questions. So as a delegate here, our community did have a few points that they would like to raise about both organizations to be brought forward to the membership. And I would just ask the membership if they would allow me to do that.
Yeah, so what I'll do then is, obviously if I were to say, for example, let's proceed to the vote if there's unanimous consent, there wouldn't be, given the comments. So I will look for I guess this would be majority vote on whether to proceed to a vote, and I'll recognize President Jovan just before. And it would be a 2/3 requirement, but. Yes.
I just missed the roll call, so I'm here.
Yeah, thank you.
Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River.
Thank you very much. So it would require 2/3 to end the discussion at this point. So perhaps just a show of hands. This might just be a quick way to just get a gauge the room. Raise your hands if you wish to end debate now and proceed with the vote on this motion. Is that going to be 2/3? All right, thank you. That appears that we have 2/3, so we will end the debate on that. And so now we will go to the vote. This will be, because there's two options, it'll kind of be, you know, who votes for this, raise your hand, who votes for this, raise your hand. And so we'll do that. Please, when we do that, keep your hands up high so that we can have the time to count those votes. So I'll turn it over. Sorry, just a moment. Thank you. So those in favor of selecting One Feather as the Chief Electoral Officer, please raise your hand. Thank you. Those, you can lower your hand. Those in favor of votes, please raise your hand. Thank you. Any abstentions? One abstention. Thank you. I'll turn it over to our clerk to report the result.
So the results are 29 votes for One Feather, 18 votes for votes, and 1 abstention. As a majority is required to pass this, One Feather does have a majority of votes.
Okay, we're moving on to Resolution 1, and that is found in page 111 in your book, and I will pass it over to Mr. Beaker.
Resolution number 1. Subject, provision to change voting procedures at the June 2024 MNGA. Was submitted by the South Okanagan-Similkameen Métis Association and Northeast Métis Association to the clerk on January 18th, 2024, and will require a 2/3 vote for approval. Whereas the MNGA Act requires that voting at the MNGA be conducted by an alphabetical roll call voting, unless the matter under consideration is deemed to be a housekeeping matter, and hearing the results of members' votes may unduly influence the votes of members whose names are called later, and roll call voting can be very time-consuming and increase the time required to deal with all the business at an MNGA. Be it resolved that roll call voting for the June 2024 MNGA be suspended, and voting will be conducted in such a way that all members will cast their vote at the same time and may include electronic means to cast votes. And if the method of voting at the June 2024 MNGA does not allow for viewing how individual members voted immediately after voting, the voting records will be shared with MNGA members within 5 business days at the end of the meeting and posted on the MNBC website within 10 days of the meeting. And the voting records will form part of the official minutes of the June 2024 MNGA, and this provision will apply only to the June 2024 MNGA.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Do I have a mover?
I'll move.
Thank you. And a seconder?
I'll second.
Ms. Keith, go ahead.
Jamie Keith, South Okanagan Small Community Métis Association. In short, I'll just keep it really quick. Roll call is really time consuming and annoying, particularly over Zoom when you're kind of feeling pressure. Can I go to the bathroom before they get to my name? Can I quickly answer the door? Can I stir the pot on the stove? Stuff like that. And it requires you to focus and wait for your name. And I just think that we could be a lot more efficient if we didn't have roll call. John and I had discussed a lot of ways to do this. We could do colored paddles, we could do raising hands, we could do electronic voting. But we sort of settled that we would try this way, and if not, we would micro adjust. We can always change things or go back to roll call if it doesn't work, but I would like to propose that we try one MNGA without roll call, as I think it will be more efficient and less time consuming. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll recognize our seconder, Vice President Van Wergen.
I have nothing further to say on it other than Jamie said.
Sorry?
Sorry, I said no further comments. Okay. Jamie said it all.
Thank you very much. I next have President Goulet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony Goulet, President, North Carolina Métis Association. And I'm not going to be supporting this. I think, as we're elected into the positions, I think these are live streamed. There's people watching. I think we need to be, as presidents, to say yes or no. It's an opportunity for that president to put their voice. If we're just showing hands, how do we know? It's an opportunity to debate motions, and I think we're losing if we don't do the roll call. I know it's come up before about alphabetical order and changing, but I think if we don't do it that way, it doesn't show transparency. I think as community leaders, we're here to represent our community and voice our concerns. I get that sometimes Zoom, it can be pretty chaotic. We've moved to a new way of doing things. There's always going to be things that we need to work out when it's Zoom, but I'm pretty sure as time goes on, we're going to be more efficient and more better on how we do those Zoom meetings. So, but for me, I'm saying we stick to the process that we have at hand. We do the roll call. I think it's very, very important for the Métis citizens.
Director Daverin.
I would just sort of like to raise a point of privilege. I'm hard of hearing, and I would really appreciate if people are speaking directly into their microphones. I understand the want to look at the person that you're speaking to, but there have been times when I've missed previous points and such, and I would just like to raise that as a point of privilege, please.
Thank you for that. President Allard.
David Allard, Samanar Métis. Can I get a clarification on this resolution? It mentions legislation affected, not applicable, but then I look at the MNGA Act under Section 40 where 4.2.1 says roll call voting shall be a method of voting. Yeah, there's something I'm not too clear on with that.
Thank you for that, President Allard. The reason why it says that legislation affected is not applicable for this is because this is not a legislative change of the MNGA Act, but rather it is a temporary provision to suspend provisions within the Act. So I get your point that it is affecting legislation temporarily, but when we state legislation affected at the top of the resolution, it is when there's a formal amendment to legislation. But I understand your confusion on that.
Yeah, by that extension, can this be possibly seen as creating a precedent where any other type of temporary suspensions could be enacted towards any other acts?
It can. It can. Because at least if we were going with Robert's rules, there are certain rules that can be suspended by a 2/3 vote. Those rules to be suspended, though, are usually limited to the rules of how an assembly conducts its own business. So because these rules are specifically about how the MNGA conducts its business, the MNGA can suspend those rules and go in a different way. The MNGA would not be able, through a temporary suspension, say, change the submission deadlines, because that is outside of how this assembly conducts their own business. I hope that makes sense to you.
Yeah, actually, it helps quite a bit there. I don't know why I was expecting anything less. Thank you.
President Crozier, please.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I'd be voting against this. I'd like to echo President Goulet. He basically said everything that I was going to, but that's where I'm at.
Any other, President Keith?
It's my personal opinion that we'd actually be doing our citizens a dishonor by not voting for this, because if we don't do a roll call, we're going to have more time for discussion, more time for comments. And I just think going through roll call, I mean, if you've got a citizen that's a stickler that really wants to see how you voted right then and there, it's still going to be made public later on in the minutes. So in theory, if they're watching this YouTube presentation and they're distracted for a moment and they miss how you voted, they still have to go back and check the minutes anyways. So I will be voting in favor for this. Thank you.
President DeBoard?
Mark DeBoer, 2 Rivers Métis. We went out and surveyed our populace on this resolution, and we had, 83% come back and said they wanted this to happen. I think that shows that they kind of view this as kind of a very inefficient method of voting, and we talk about transparency, it's there, right? It's not like this is a hidden vote. I mean, if we want to talk, that's a whole nother issue, but the populace will know how everyone here voted. It's just, it'll happen in seconds instead of minutes or however long it normally takes. And so we're going to be voting for this.
President Byrd?
Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. We'll be voting against this. My board and my community value in real-time transparency. In here it says it may be shared within 5 business days, within 10 business days. We prefer to have live stream in the moment transparency and accountability when we do roll call. Thank you.
Sorry, President Van Bergen, go ahead.
Just want to make a point again. I mean, this is something just to try for the membership. I understand, the transparency and making sure that people get it in real time. But this is just something that we wanted to try out because our community suggested and wanted us to kind of get more discussion down, as well as many of the community members felt that perhaps, not saying there is, but, as we do roll call, maybe people's decisions are changed and they want people to have that freedom to make a decision for their community or vote for their community in that moment without being scrutinized or without being penalized or without feeling like you had to vote away because everybody else did. And I'm not saying anybody here does that, but this is what's brought forth to us from the community, which is why we put this forward. Again, it's a trial, perhaps something we could do, and if we don't like it, then we go back to the way it was. But that's just what I would like to bring forward. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. And I think even this discussion is valuable in itself, but at the same time now we're spending a lot of time on it. And the reality is when we vote here, if we do not have the confidence of our communities when we're all also doing this on time or in time voting, then we shouldn't be at this table. So I think we've already established that by our positions we hold in our communities. And so we should be willing to face anything in terms of questioning, in terms of how we voted. Thanks. I have voted against this.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, this does require a 2/3 majority vote. So we will. And it requires a roll call vote. It's good to laugh. I will pass it over to Mr. Beaker.
So for further clarity, the roll call vote is not required, but because we do need to get a number of 36 votes in favor to pass, this roll call will be easy to calculate it. David Allard.
Abstain.
Rob Anderson.
In opposition.
Miranda Berard.
I oppose.
Caitlin Bird.
Oppose.
Joy Bremner.
Oppose.
Zev Brewer.
Opposed.
Topher Burke.
Opposed.
Ron Karan.
I support this.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
In favor?
Alana Copeland.
No.
Nicole Corson.
In favor?
Jeff Crozier.
Opposed.
Sean Daverin.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Oppose.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Oppose.
Cheryl Dodman.
In favor.
Mark DeBoard.
Agree with.
Kate Elliott. Alicia Fernando.
In favor.
Deborah Fisher.
Oppose.
Paulette Flamond.
Oppose.
Lee Fraser.
Oppose.
Rainey Gervais. Dean Gladue.
Oppose.
Tony Goulet.
Opposed.
June Graham.
Opposed.
Patrick Harriet.
No.
Susie Hooper.
In favor.
Travis Jobin.
No.
Jamie Keith.
Yes.
Peter Lang.
No.
Charlotte Lever.
Opposed.
Richard Lewis.
No.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
In favor.
Walter Minot.
Opposed.
Lana Olson. Dan Pope.
Opposed.
Chris Sample.
Opposed?
Kelly Sears.
Opposed?
Mert Servatius.
Opposed?
Dana Shaw.
No.
Natasha Smith.
Favor?
Lisa Smith.
Opposed?
Greg Stanwood.
Opposed.
Joy Sundin.
In favor?
Marlene Swears.
No.
Vince Van Meergen.
In favor.
Pixie Wells.
No.
The vote tally is 14 in favor, 33 opposed, and 1 abstention. Resolution does not carry.
So it is just coming up to 11:50. From what I've been hearing over the last couple days, I do expect there to be some good discussion on Resolution 2. What I'm going to suggest, I don't think we'll start now and then just have to stop right away. I'm going to suggest we break now for lunch. We return at 1 o'clock. Please be back at your seats at 1, and then we'll do the quorum, and then we'll proceed with resolution number 2. So have a good lunch. Remember your voucher. Please have a good lunch.
Okay, we're going to start with a quorum call, and we're going to start alphabetically. David Allard.
Present.
David Allard.
Rob Anderson.
Here.
Miranda Berard. Caitlin Bird.
Here.
Joy Bremner. Zev Brewer.
Present.
Topher Burke.
Present.
Ron Karan. Bernadette Chaboyer.
She's in the bathroom.
Alana Copeland.
Here.
Nicole Corson.
Present.
Jeff Crozier.
I am here.
Sean Daverin.
Here.
Louis DeJager.
Present.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Present.
Cheryl Dodman.
Tanche.
Mark DeBoard.
Present.
Kate Elliott. Alicia Fernando.
Present.
Deb Fisher.
Present.
Paulette Flamond.
Here.
Lee Fraser.
Here.
Rainey Gervais.
Here.
Dean Gladue.
Here.
Tony Goulet.
Here.
June Graham.
Present.
Patrick Harriet.
Present.
Susie Hooper. Travis Jobin.
Present.
Jamie Keith.
Here.
Peter Lang.
Here.
Charlotte Lever.
Present.
Richard Lewis.
Present.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present.
Walter Minot.
He's in the bathroom.
Lana Olson. Dan Pope.
Here.
Chris Sample.
Present.
Kelly Sears.
Present.
Mert Servatius.
Here.
Dana Shaw.
Here.
Natasha Smith.
Present.
Lisa Smith.
Here.
Greg Stanwood. Joyce Sundin.
Present.
Marlene Swears. Vince Van Viergen.
Present.
Pixie Wells.
Hi.
Is there anyone present whose name I did not call?
I'm here. Bernadette.
Bernadette. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I confirm that we have a quorum present.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of brief housekeeping matters. The agenda for today, it's a little bit earlier than other days. It ends at 3 and it has to be a hard end at 3, so we will have to stop at that time. The reason for it is it's a 6 o'clock doors open. It takes them, I think it's all 3 hours to transform the room. So no matter where we're at, we'll pause at 3 and then continue with the next morning. What I would also like, before we get to the next resolution, just take you back as a refresher to page 6, the draft standing, or not the draft anymore, the standing rules. I will be, again, and I appreciate and reminders and wanting people to kind of self-regulate this, but keeping conversation or comments to 3 minutes. We will be also trying to make sure that we're adhering to that. Also want to make sure that we're avoiding personal attacks. Those can be obviously attacking any individual who's present here and any individual who's not present as well. So we want to make sure that we are observing decorum. We do want this to be a safe and respectful meeting environment. Certainly passion is welcomed. Differing opinions is welcomed, but we want to make sure that we are proceeding in a good way. Did you want to? Okay. Thank you. So we will then move right to resolution 2. This is on page 112. Sorry, and I will turn it over to our clerk to read it out.
Resolution number 2, subject MNGA authority to confirm its position on MMBC legislation, submitted by Salmon Métis Association, Alberni Clayoquot, Caribou Chilcotin Métis Association, Chilliwack Métis Association, Cowichan Valley Métis Association, Fort St. John Métis Society, Métis Nation Powell River, Mid-Island Métis Association, South Okanagan, Similkameen Métis Association, Vernon and District Métis Association, to the MNGA clerk on January 19th, 2024, will require a majority for approval. Whereas the MNGA is the legislative body of the MNBC as set out in the Constitution and is well within the MNGA mandate to provide additional guidance to the MNBC's governance processes. And Section 23 of the Constitution states, a person is disqualified from being a member of the MNBC when 23.1, they die. 23.2, they resign. 23.3, they are no longer the president of the MNBC or are no longer the vice president of the MNBC or are no longer regional director. 23.4, they are no longer the chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia. 23.5, they are no longer the chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia. 23.6, they are under 18 years of age. 23.7, they have been convicted of a criminal offense carrying a penalty of 2 years or greater. A person disqualified from being a member of the MNBC by this subsection may appeal that disqualification to the Senate. 23.8, they have clearly been identified as having breached their fiduciary duty to the members or to Métis citizens. Some parts of Section 23 above apply only to active MNBC board members, such as Section 23.2, while others apply only to individuals intending to run, such as Section 23.6, and Section 23.7 can be applied to serving members or individuals intending to run or both. Be it resolved that the Métis Nation Governing Assembly declares that Section 23.8 of the Constitution, which states a person is disqualified from being a member of the MNBC when they have clearly been identified as having breached their fiduciary duty to the members or to Métis citizens, applies to either active MNBC board members or individuals running for an MNBC board position or both.
Thank you very much. I will look for a mover and a seconder. I recognize President Allard.
Yes, I so move.
Thank you very much. A seconder, and I see a hand. Yes, go ahead. Just announce yourself so we have it on for the minutes.
Peter Lang, Chilliwack Métis.
Thank you very much. So resolution 2 is on the floor, and I will open it to President Allard.
David Allard, Salmon Arm Métis Association President. Hi, everyone. I believe that respectful debate on this resolution is well worth our time. Thank you for being willing to engage with integrity. The purpose of this resolution is for the MNGA members to clarify the meaning of subsection 23.8 of the MNBC Constitution by making a declaration as to our understanding of it. Article 23 states, open quotations, a person is disqualified from being a member of the MNBC when, end quotations. To be clear, a member of the MNBC means a board director of MNBC under these articles. Once again, a person is disqualified from being a member of the MNBC when, and under subsection 23.8, they have clearly been identified as having breached their fiduciary duty to the members or to Métis citizens. The term a person is disqualified applies to either a person who is a current board member or a person who submits their nomination for any of the board positions. This is very clear when you look at what qualifies a person to be a member of the board. As one example, to qualify under Article 23.6, a person must provide proof of being 18 years of age or older before being a board member. Otherwise, they are disqualified from being a member of the board. So we have a guiding context here that will assist with our clarification. Article 23 in general applies to board members and persons who have submitted their candidature for any position. Now the question is, do we want anyone who has clearly been identified as having breached their fiduciary duty to MNBC, Métis citizens allowed to be a leader on the MNBC board? I don't believe we do. Since I have no awareness of any sections of our acts or policies that contradicts this position, I believe with the strongest conviction that this declaration will demonstrate the will of the elected leaders of the MNBC. I urge you to vote in favor of this declaration and continue our journey towards a collective strength-based form of governance. Merci.
Thank you, President Allard. I'll turn next to President Lang.
Thank you. Yeah, Peter Lang, Chilliwack Métis Association. Yeah, I'm happy to speak in favor of this and to second this motion. It's been, I was just saying earlier today, we've come a long ways in this nation since the 90s when I first got my citizenship back in the 90s. And I still remember my first day ever at MNBC wanting to look at the job board, and I wasn't allowed in the building because the president had just done something or whatever, I don't know. But it seemed like real Bush League kind of leadership. And I feel like we've come a long ways, and this is a way to help move us even further forward, I think, as a nation. So I'm proud to support this and put our name on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the resolution? Yes.
Hi, sorry.
Just a second. I'm recognizing President Crozier, and then I'll recognize President Swears.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. My initial feeling on this resolution was that it was not right to change Constitution because of a specific incident in the past. And then, however, as I've been pondering this in discussion with fellow presidents from our region and citizens, I'm voting in favor of this simply because it shows a gap in our governance and protection. I believe our Constitution is a living document, and I brought this up at our RGC the other night, that if our Constitution is a living document, it needs to be changed, it needs to be growing, it needs to be changing with us as a nation. And so with that in mind, I am voting in favor of this.
Thank you very much. President Swears?
I concur with Dave and Sir over here because I can't remember. But I do believe that it is time that we do solidify what we are creating. And to put it in my terms, when I looked at this, is like, why would I continue to let the fox into the hen house and continue to complain that I'm losing my chickens? So I'm in favor of this because we are growing an organization that has taken so many years for some, and yet the old experience around here has been fighting for such a solidified change and nation growth that putting something down and actually setting down this in writing and acting upon it is only going to solidify our organization's growth. And that's why I'm voting in favor of it.
Thank you very much. I next had, I believe it was Dan Pope, President Pope. Okay, sorry, maybe it was, I saw it was down there. So President Sundin?
Joy Sundin, Prince Rupert District Métis. My communities is in favor of this. We just have one question, being that if this does happen to pass, are we not just sending this to the AGM to be ratified and voted on? And by then the election will already have happened. So that's just my question.
Thank you. My understanding of it is this is not changing the legislation. It's not suggesting an amendment to the Constitution, which would then require, if passed, to be ratified at an AGM. This is from my understanding, is a declaration. So it's essentially this body saying what the body believes or doesn't believe that section means. And so it doesn't change it, but this body would be endorsing a particular interpretation of that. So it wouldn't need to go to the AGM because it's a declaration of this body. That's my reading of it. It's not proposing any language change or anything like that. It's more of a declaration similar to what we had a couple years ago, where there's the declaration, I think both at the MNGA, but also we brought at the AGM, of self-governance. And so it's a declaration that this body was saying we are self-governing. And so this body is saying, if it passes, that this is what section 23.8 means to this body.
Okay, so that would mean perhaps in the future we could put this in as a resolution to add this to the Constitution.
That's correct. So if it wished to make it explicit on what it actually means in the language or of the Constitution, then that would be something that could be done in the future. So it would have to be raised at a future MNGA and then passed at the AGM in order to do that, if you want to actually change it. But right now, it's just the MNGA, this body, declaring their understanding or interpretation of it as it currently stands.
Okay, thank you for that.
I next had Vice President Van Wergen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I got like 9 points, but a few of them have been answered so far, so it's great from community members. But there's 3 that I'd just like, and I know they would want me to read out. So the resolution proposing to make such a declaration is a substantial change to the Constitution. I mean, you have made declarations prior, but making a declaration and determining who can run and who cannot verbally is a substantial change to our Constitution and an eligibility of individuals for the future as well, pertaining to not only, our Constitution here, but anybody that has a Constitution that is, with MNBC would change our community constitutions as well. So our community feels that it is a substantial change and that it should be proposed and the amendments should be made. They agree with the amendments and that if the amendment was made and brought to the AGM and voted on, 100% is the right way to do it. So that's the one comment. The other comments were that, had the original Constitution been intended to have that, it would have been written in there, individuals running for MNBC board position. If it was to have this declaration in 23.8, it would have been spelled out in both the Constitution and the Electoral Act already. The original writers and drafters of our Constitution and our Electoral Act weren't making declarations. They were making specifics and facts to our Constitution. To make declarations to change our Constitution is not how a governing body should do. We should do it properly, make an amendment. Our community agrees that an amendment of this sort would be needed. We've gone through our Constitution, and John and David yourselves were seeing things that could be better described. But the process should be done through an amendment, a vote, an AGM, and put forward that way. So thank you.
Thank you. I next have President Lewis.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. I'm in favor of this motion. Just for the clarity and reconfirming the intent. So therefore, I am voting for it. Thank you.
Very much. I have President Caron.
Ron Caron with the Vernon District Métis. I support this and I had some reservations when I did support it initially. So One Feather is now going to do this election for us. Now, how do they determine who qualifies and who doesn't? How do they receive the information? If, say, a community provides documents that somebody, say, was out of line in their community, how do they determine if information is true or not that they're getting? That's my only concern with this. Is how the determination for them to say yes or no, this person can run.
Sorry, and my apologies, I was trying to sort out who the next order, so I missed the very first part. Who are you asking? Who would make? Had you identified someone that would be interpreting that? Or?
The electorate officer would determine that. It says in their contract.
Yeah.
But how do they receive that information? Who provides them with the information that would allow them to make the determination who qualifies to run and who doesn't?
I think Mr. Beaker's looking through there, and I'll give him once he gets there, but I think in the past, for example, there's been instances where individuals or community members could challenge or bring certain things to the chief electoral officer for them to make a decision. And then often those decisions, I believe, all of those are appealable to the Senate after that, but I'll turn over to Mr. Beaker. He may have the specifics.
That is a process that would be done around anything in the electoral act around candidate eligibility. The chief electoral officer is able to determine eligibility based on certain criteria that are submitted by the candidate. For example, if you have enough signatures for nomination for a candidate, and then there are also some other self-declarations that are part of the nomination package. If somebody has made a self-declaration and somebody has some documentation that would be contrary to that, they would be able to provide it to the chief electoral officer, who could make a decision yes or no, and either a yes or no decision would be appealable to the Senate. Based on the information as provided. So some of the eligibility is pretty straightforward. Some of it can be challenged voluntarily by another citizen. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I next have President Byrd.
Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. Myself and my community will be voting in favor of this resolution. This was added to our Constitution many, many, many years ago to ensure that we have the best leadership possible at our board and in our elections. And therefore, it's our duty to respond and to pay attention to what previous smart people have put into our Constitution. And I'll also add sort of, when you look up the word disqualify, it applies, it says, you know, to stop someone from being in competition or doing something because they are unsuitable. So it's not a past tense, it is also preventative to stop something from somebody who shouldn't be in a position because they're unsuitable, as we can see in, you know, somebody who has a criminal offense. So we'll be supporting this resolution.
Thank you very much. I have, excuse me, Leader McDonnell.
It's perhaps a comment more than a, when I come to this, yes, I come as the leader, and I come with the voice of my board and my community, and with me I hope that I bring in spirit my Kukumin Mushums, grandmothers and grandfathers, so that I will do what my community has asked, regardless of how difficult that is. And I have observed in the past, and I expect it, unfortunately, in the future, that how we vote is how we're treated. My board believes that this takes us further into colonialism, because you're not allowing the BC Métis communities to vote. They don't get to give their voice. My vice president was very adamant that I not vote for this, for the reasons I just said, as well as some others. People have said to me, this is not about a person, Betty Ann. That's not a truth. It is about a person. And whether I agree with that person or I don't, I ask that those who are speaking to me about it don't treat me like I'm stupid. To say this is not about a person makes me very small in your mind. Those who shake their head and go, make me very small in your mind. Bottom line, where it counts, is what people in my community think of me. And I know that I'll only maintain their respect by following their voices, no matter how it feels in this room. Merci.
Thank you. I have President DeBoard next.
Mark DeBoard, Two Rivers Métis. I have a question and then a comment to use within my time frame. So when I read this, it says, you know, someone has been clearly identified to have breached their fiduciary duty. And I don't see a time limit on it saying since they were elected. right? So I'm just trying to get clarity on the fact that even if someone is allowed to run, as soon as they get elected to the board, aren't they immediately kicked off the board because they had previously been identified to have breached their fiduciary duty, therefore generating a by-election?
Mr. Beaker?
The answer that I'm going to give is not necessarily a direct answer to your question, but Article 24 of the Constitution says that a member of the MNBC shall not be removed from the MNBC for any other reason than is set out in Article 23 or through an election held in accordance with the Constitution. And then Article 25 says that somebody could be suspended or removed from the board by a majority vote. So it wouldn't be, in your case, the board would have to make a move to remove somebody under Article 25, stating that Article 23 was applicable, if that makes sense.
So basically 23.8 doesn't automatically apply. The board itself needs to apply it?
If they are a current board member, yes.
So, and then just my comment is that, you know, we went to our populace on this one, and, you know, I would say that, well, I can tell you that about 80% voted in favor of this, but those that didn't were very passionate about voting no on this, right? And the way that I look at this is as a chartered accountant, I think that we got to be very careful. We're almost a $100 million organization here, and if you have someone that has knowingly breached fiduciary duty, I don't know how you can justify allowing them to have the purse strings. And I'd kind of take it down to a personal level of, if you know that someone has violated you and breached your fiduciary duty to you, are you going to give them access to your bank account, right? And I think that it's the same. And that's how we're doing it. Thanks.
Thank you, President DeBorg. I next have President Corson.
Thank you. Nicole Corson, West Kootenay Métis Society. I would like to echo the comments from the three leaders across the table. My community had similar concerns, and while we feel that this theoretically does sound very simple and logical, the chain of process is quite ambiguous for someone running versus someone who is already on the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Jobin.
Yeah, really just echoing what President DeBoer just brought up. Just the, you know, whether this would apply, like if this were to get voted down, this hypothetical person was to get elected, you know, it seems like they wouldn't be allowed to sit on it. So anyway.
Thank you. Next, President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni Clackwood Métis. I speak in favor of this and my community as well. I think, you know, I've thought about it a lot, and I've sat at these tables for a long time. I don't know how long it's been, but it's been a long time. And I've really saw us grow and become further away from the mom and pop organization. You know, we're seen as a serious contender now. And I need to bring remembrance to that we are striving for self-governance, and we want to get our children back home to us. And all of those things, and I don't see how the two would jive together. And so I'm all about integrity, and that MNBC reflect that we be known as a organization with integrity. And we want self-government, and we don't want anything negative being said about us, about something that is the truth. And I'll say this is not about one particular person, it's whoever falls in this category is who I am speaking about. One person is not worth the time and effort that has been put into this. What is the worth is fighting for this to make sure that we continue to grow with integrity, that we be a nation that we can be proud of. So no, I will not give credit to one person, because I care about where we're going, what we're doing. I won't be at the tables long, you know, a few more years maybe. So I got to say what I got to say when I'm here. So I'm telling us just to think about that. We've had the name calling to us that we're a club. We've all heard it. We are not. We are proud Métis people. We are the nation of British Columbia. Let's be proud of that. Let's stand for that. Thank you.
Thank you, President Graham. I next have Director Davern.
Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair. I think, and I'll speak a little bit to what a previous speaker mentioned, the idea of us moving towards self-government. I see our bylaws as I see law. If we break the law, we cannot run for position, we cannot hold position. If we break our bylaws, it should be treated the same way, because I believe that we are a government. If we do not trust our government and we do not respect our government's laws, then that is really, really concerning when we're trying to affirm that we are a government. I think that this is a declaration that states we believe in our law, we believe in our Constitution, we believe in our nation and governance. So we'll be speaking in favor as my BC. Thank you.
Thank you. I next have Director Gladue.
Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director. I'm in favor of this. When we say this is absolutely not colonial in any way, shape, or form, this is us exerting our own rights. This is us in a democracy. We're not being forced to say this is how you got to vote by an outside government. If you look at Lou Riel's government, provisional government in 1870, it was built based on the presidency, this scary concept of taking the best of both worlds, the colonial world and the First Nations world, and bringing it together, and that's what we have. We come here and we vote united, or we also have a democracy in play here. I see this here, convictions of over 2 years. That's called an indictable offense, not a summary conviction. There is something there be of concern, and if these are not in play, then we can set ourselves up for anything. And people say, yeah, there comes a time to forgive. Yes, of course. But there also is a time to be reasonable, because I like to put it this way. What Mark said about being a chartered accountant is so true. Fiduciary responsibility, if I knew a bank was mishandling my money or anybody, of course you're going to take it out. But the most important individuals here is our future of our children. I want to leave a legacy of them, because the next generation of Métis leaders or even First Nations leaders, they're going into a real different challenge, because the world is evolving more and more. And I want them to see this 40 years from now and saying, look at our ancestors were doing. They were pushing their own laws and they voted it in the respect of democracy. There are some places that are based on, yes, if you don't vote my way, I'm not going to like you, whatever. But at the end of the day, it's not about that. This one, to me, is about the protection and the integrity of our nation, because governments are watching. When governments watch and they know we've lost our integrity, it lacks our funding. We don't get our funding spool. They hold back. They'll say, no, we can't go there, because we know there's First Nations out there that are in third party. They're third party. We don't ever want to go there in third party. And we're getting more income. We are getting stronger now. I've been involved with the movement of Métis ever since I was born. I was born as a road allowance kid. My cookum had to go fight for every little scrap. That's why I'm so passionate about our nation. I'm passionate about the future of our children as well. I have a great-grandson that was born, I'm a great-uncle today. He's a little Métis boy that's come into this world. And one day, I want to teach him to be a leader, but I also want him to abide by these laws the best he can or she can. So I'm in support of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Elliott.
Thanks so much for everyone's dialogue around this. I think just to echo Minister Davern, just really about, our Métis values and what's at our core. And I think this resolution speaks to that integrity and acting for the best of our nation. And if someone has breached fiduciary duty or has had some of these other things that could potentially disqualify them, it's a way for us to protect ourselves and protect so hard for what we worked for. I think we have all had personal experiences, and we've seen it where it takes so long to build the relationships, to move us forward, to fight for our rights, but all of that can be burnt to the ground in seconds. And I think this is a bit of a safeguard that, and a declaration saying that, you know, the MNGA, our citizens, our nation, have a basic expectation that you are going to live by our values. There is no past breach of fiduciary duty or anything like this, so I'm going to speak in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. And just before I get to our next speaker, I just want to say I do have President Swears and Vice President Van Wergen on my list. I've just been bumping you as we had other speakers who have not yet spoken. Or I thought I saw your hand up. Is that?
It was me.
It was you? Okay, then my apologies. Let's go straight to you then, because you would have been earlier on that list. My apologies.
No chance to collect my thoughts now. I did have, Sylvia DeRocher, President of the Prince George Métis Community Association. At the very beginning of this, going into this, I did have some conflicting views, and that was because of our Métis citizens and being able to vote for who they wanted, and for our citizens being able to run in elections, whoever wanted. However, I did change my mind on that because of the legal part of it, of the fiduciary, you know. And, you know, not just anybody can run for politics, not just anybody can have all the knowledge to be able to vote for people who are in power, because we know what politicians do and how they get themselves into office, and sometimes truths are not told. And so I will be voting in favor of this resolution. It has been put in, I believe, to prevent people from running who have breached their fiduciary duties and have caused harm to our Métis Nation. And we don't want that. We don't need that. We are a governing body. And yes, I vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, and my apologies for not getting you earlier on the list.
This was the third time. You missed me.
Sorry, yes. My apologies.
No more chances.
Yeah, either. No, I've been told, thank you. But it does help me too if the hand's maybe higher, because it is difficult sometimes to tell whose hand or whose light sometimes. So my apologies. I had thought it was, yes, wave the flag, that'll help. But my apologies for missing that.
And we can't see the names.
Yes, and one of the difficulties, we can't see the name, so it's the angles we have. It's sometimes hard to see which arm went up.
Okay, you're forgiven.
Thank you.
You can stop now.
No. Okay. I've got Vice President Minot.
I'm definitely speaking in favor of this resolution. For one thing, our bylaws, our constitution, our whole governance structure is built around processes that we see out there, as well as living things that we've lived through for our nation. And when we see things wrong being done to our nation, we need to act on them. And that's why these documents are living documents. So we can create new bylaws, new constitutional changes, new laws around how we govern. Because we don't want to be making actually the same mistakes over and over. And I believe this resolution is not just for now, it's for the future of our nation. I would not want to see anybody able to run in an election and represent our nation, our government, because we aren't a group, we are a government. We are the government of the Métis people in British Columbia. And we have to make sure that that is what we are recognized as. That's what we're fighting for every day. And to have a proper government, you have to have proper structure. And our structure grows every time. And this resolution is going to allow us to move forward even more with honesty, integrity. And to be able to walk into government rooms with federal and provincial governments with our head up held high, that we're representing the people with honor and dignity. I really appreciate some of the comments our president's made. President Graham, your words are very heartfelt, and I appreciate every one of them. And I believe this is a necessary thing that we have to do to help our government grow in a better way, because this is going to reflect on us for years to come, not just now, not just for next election, for many elections that we're going to have along the way. And it's going to protect our children, our future governance, and the future of our nation. So I think this is a very important resolution. And I'm glad we're taking it so serious, and everybody's got a lot to say. And it's nice to hear everybody's comments and their ideas and why they feel that way. So I think this is a necessary thing that we need to do to improve our government, to improve our structure, and to improve our leadership. Thank you.
Question?
Thank you. I will put you on the list to make that call because it's not preemptory, but I do have two speakers ahead of you for that. I have President Fisher and then Vice President Van Weerden.
Director Fisher. Deborah Fisher, Region 4 Director. So not quite 4 years ago, we were elected. And we swore an oath to protect our nation. You were all elected to protect your nation. And I have to say, I'm extremely proud of what I'm hearing tonight. I would say that everything that you guys are saying and the good conversation has been so respectful, very well thought out, and very well spoken, all sides. I also feel in this last year, we are making 3 declarations that are probably the most important declarations that we possibly can. We made the one in Kamloops, that our children are our children. At MNC level, this back in November, December, I can't remember, those 2 trips, we made the declaration at the MNC level that our children are our children. And I truly believe this declaration that we're trying to do today, coming from you, is our 3rd most important. We're putting the child in the middle, and we're thinking about that child's future today, tomorrow, and in 50 years. It's our duty. That's why we took the oath. That's why we were elected. And of course, I stand in favor of this.
Thank you. I know I said, but I'm just reminded, I've got 3 hands in total, or 3 speakers left. I've got, I'll go to Director Dieger because he has not yet spoken, and then I've got Vice President Van Weerden and President Allard on my list. Then if you don't mind, if we just have the last 2 speakers, and then we'll proceed that way. No objection to that. Thank you very much. Vice President Van Weerden.
It's great to hear the comments and conversation. And as I stated, our community is not against the intention. I sit here as a vice president, an elected vice president of a community, and we talk about integrity, we talk about respect, we talk about, and I'm not questioning it, but I sit here today in Region 0 with some great friends from Region 1 because I'm unable to sit with my region. I personally feel this MNGA, I've been pushed aside due to my affiliation to this individual who apparently it wasn't made for. The timing is suspicious, and that's, I think, the only reason that that would ever be said. The intention of the resolution, the resolution is a good intention. You know, our community is they were taken back that they don't get their voice heard like every other change to our Constitution. They're not getting their voice heard it is changing a core definition within our Constitution. This is a change to our Constitution, a declaration to the Constitution, if you want to call it. But when the community says, we would like our voice heard, whether it be virtually when I'm sitting at home or I travel down to Vancouver for our AGM, that is our right as citizens to help with this. They trust the MNGA for making the decisions. A question, I mean, I'm assuming Article 4.8 was used to kind of put this forward, right? And Article 4.8, you know, was made to help make these changes to the Electoral Act. It was passed at the AGM last time, you know, but it clearly lays out in our Constitution on how these things should be done. And if we're trying to bypass our Constitution by making declarations to speed up a process, what does that say about our democracy, so to speak? I appreciate it, and our community appreciates what this is wanting to do, but we're bypassing our Constitution and allowing the voices of our people to be heard because of, I'm unsure what the reason would be, but to rush it through before an election is kind of what it feels like to our community members, is we want to get this done so that we can get it done before the election starts. We'll make a declaration instead of making a proper proposed resolution and having it voted on by our people. You know, again, I respect each and every single person sitting around this table. I did it 7 years ago for 5 years prior, and you guys do a lot of hard work. I personally have felt like a black sheep sitting over here this time. And I appreciate you guys allowing me to speak on this for our community again. So that's what I have to say, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker, President Allard.
David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. Thank you, everyone, for your words. I finalized this resolution during the coldest cold snap in a generation. I was traveling. It was a 50-hour trip, and I spent one of those nights in the airport in Winnipeg. I was born there. My ancestors come from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and I finalized this resolution not far away from the first Louis Riel statue erected in Manitoba. My uncle fought for Indigenous rights for 50 years. He was elected as an NDP representative. He chained himself to that statue. I figured this is a good place to finish this resolution. I'm feeling proud. I was sitting underneath a Métis billboard by all coincidences. So that happened, and now here we are. This resolution applies to board members who are serving or to anyone who is eligible to serve. That's tens of thousands of Métis citizens. But they must submit their nominations paper. Anything else is theoretical. Then this applies to them at that point in regards to the process that was discussed. This may impact individuals, absolutely. But this applies to all these people. I'd like to thank everyone here. I'd like to say we're all here out of choice. No one's forcing us to be here. No one's forcing anyone to run for these board positions. We have to make these choices and agree with what we're getting into. It's pretty simple. We can all make other choices. We don't have to be part of this organization. We choose to. We can do other things. We can join other groups. But I'd like to thank you for all being part of this out of choice. I'd like to finish by saying I'd like to thank Vice President Van Weergen and Leader McDonnell. It seems there's disagreement with this resolution, and that's fantastic. Once it's over, I'm not going to change. I'm going to keep shaking hands with everyone and smiling. Unless I have personal direct aggressions against me, I'm not going to turn my back on anyone. We need leaders. We need leaders that can bring people together. And I intend to be one of those leaders.
All right. So we have reached the end of our line. We will be going to question. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Beaker to go through the roll call to have the vote. This one, it would be by majority required.
Yes, and with 48 delegates in attendance, we are looking for a number of 25 to adopt. And I will start at the top of the roll call. David Allard.
Yes.
Rob Anderson.
Yes.
Miranda Berard.
Yes.
Caitlin Bird.
Yes.
Joy Bremner.
Yes.
Zev Brewer.
Yes.
Topher Burke.
Yes.
Ron Karan.
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Yes.
Alana Copeland.
Here.
Is that a vote in favor, oppose,
Yes.
or abstain? Is it in favor?
Yes.
Nicole Corson.
No.
Jeff Crozier.
Yes.
Sean Daverin.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman.
My community says no. Thank you.
Mark DeBoard.
Yes.
Kate Elliott. Alicia Fernando.
In favor?
Deb Fisher.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Lee Fraser.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Tony Goulet.
Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Jamie Keith.
No.
Peter Lang.
Yes.
Charlotte Lever.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
On behalf of Nicola Valley District Métis, no.
Walter Minot.
Yes.
Lana Olson. Dan Pope.
Yes.
Chris Sample.
Yes.
Kelly Sears.
Yes.
Mert Servatius.
No.
Dana Shaw.
Yes.
Natasha Smith.
Yes.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Greg Stanwood. Joy Sundin. Marlene Swears. Vince Van Meergen.
On behalf of Northeast Métis Association, no.
Pixie Wells.
On behalf of the Fraser Valley Métis Association, we abstain.
So we have 41 votes in favor, 6 opposed, and 1 abstention. The resolution carries.
I'm going to look to the floor here. According to our agenda, we would have a health break. We're actually 7 minutes ahead of time. reconvene at 2:20 and then continue on until 3. Do we want to take the health break or do we want to push through? And so what I'm going to do is if you wish
I make a motion to push through.
raise your hands if you wish to push through. Okay. And those that wish to take the health break? All right, we're going to push through. Yeah, we're going to push through and try to complete resolution 3 if we can by 3 o'clock, as that's when we have to be out. But thank you, everyone, and I'll turn it over to my colleague.
All right, please turn to page 224. My eyes are tired, I think. Oh, 114, goodness. Okay, 114 for resolution 3? Yeah, they are. Okay, now I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Resolution number 3, the subject is MNGA Members' Oath. The legislation affected is the MNGA Act, submitted by the Fort St. John Métis Society to the MNGA clerk on January 26, 2024, and will require a 75% majority for approval. Whereas Article 3.4 of the MNGA Act does not allow participating MNGA members to be in a conflict of interest. Conflict of interest in Article 2.6 of the MNGA Act includes becoming a director or officer of a Métis provincial organization whose interests are in conflict with MNBC or whose activities could negatively affect MNBC's authority to represent Métis people in British Columbia. And not all MNGA members may know that a conflict of interest includes Part 2 above. Be it resolved that the following be inserted as Article 3.3.1 in the MNGA Act. Prior to representing their community at the MNGA, the president and vice president of each community must make a declaration with the clerk of the MNGA or designate affirming that they are not an officer or director of a provincial Métis body or association beyond MNBC other than a Métis chartered community, and the MNGA clerk be directed to prepare a draft declaration outlined above for approval at the next MNGA.
Do I have a mover?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't see who that was. Alana?
Alana Copeland, Fort St. John Métis.
Seconder?
Richard Lewis, Cowden Valley Métis. I second it.
Please go ahead, Alana.
Fort St. John Métis brought this resolution to the table to reinforce that as leaders in our community, we need to be loyal to MNBC. It is our duty to our citizens to ensure loyalty to our government and believe this will strengthen our communities.
Thank you. President Lewis?
Richard Lewis, Cowden Valley Métis. I'm in favor of this because it's pretty well self-explanatory and it needs to be reconfirmed. Thank you.
Thank you. I open the, pardon me. President Goulet, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. And I remember this from way back, the conflict of interest, and I think I was at that time opposed to the way that the wording of this is. You know, it's saying that we can't have an opinion outside the MNBC. If we belong to another organization, we're not allowed to. I just want clarification on part of the resolution. You know, it says our association beyond MNBC. And I'm looking at myself sitting at this table. I wear many hats. I'm a city councillor, a school district 28 representative. I sit on the community futures for my community. I'm part of the school board. I'm part of many organizations within that community. So would I be in a conflict of interest on any issue that came up here in one of those things? So I just need to clarify what they mean by association beyond MNBC. What I'm reading in here to me is it's limiting us to just be MNBC, but there's relationships that need to be built outside that flourish with Métis and be part of those community associations. So I just want clarification on what that means, and I'm a little confused. I understand the conflict of interest. I've signed many a conflict of interest in many of my roles and understand what that means. So I just want clarification on what that means, because if it's limiting us to just being, we have to promote MNBC, and I do that anyways. I always promote when I go to these meetings, you know, hey, Métis are here, we're in the community, we're alive and well, let us be part of it. So if I can get clarification on that, maybe I might put my name back on to see if that answers my question. Thanks.
So President Goulet, some of your comments were around Article 2.6 itself, and that would be a time when we're talking about amending Article 2.6. What I will point out is that Article 2.6 says a Métis provincial organizations whose interests are in conflict with MNBC currently. The proposed addition says affirming they are not an officer or director of a provincial Métis body or association beyond MNBC. Because it says provincial Métis body or association, the association is inferring that it is a Métis association. If you were, my suggestion, if for absolute clarity, and I think we know that our legislation should be absolutely clear, perhaps a suggestion could be that we could have a provincial Métis body or Métis association to make that crystal clear for yourself. Personally, when I read it, it's clear to me, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's clear to the other reader, and we do want to be very precise in our language.
But
just then, for a point of clarification, can I make that amendment then to this resolution? Because that would be an amendment to add Métis Association. That would be very good for me. And if I can, is that an amendment? I'll shake my head because I'll move it. If I get a seconder, then we can have debate on it. But I would feel a lot better with that Métis Association added.
yes.
I so move.
Because we haven't had 5 speakers, we will require unanimous consent on that. So all in favor?
A point of clarification, please.
Go ahead, Dave.
David Albertsheimer, Métis. We're voting on the motion for an amendment.
President Goulet, would you like to specify once more?
Oh, I have agreed. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I was just saying to add Métis Association, that was recommended. That's all I'm adding is one word in there. I'm not trying to change anything. It's going to read body or Métis Association beyond MNBC. I'm just adding Métis to that.
Yeah, and since we're seeking clarity, what does association mean? I think there's some presidents here are on other Métis associations, if I'm not mistaken. So what does that mean, association?
Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
So to be clear, it says provincial, it would say provincial Métis body or provincial Métis association beyond MNBC other than a Métis charter community. So it would be a provincial scope of a provincial organization. So, and also for other clarification, the reason why we're looking for unanimous consent for this amendment is because the standing rules state 5 speakers before an amendment. But if there's unanimous consent to add, it reads Métis body or Métis association. If everyone is in agreement with that, we can adopt that amendment. The standing rules allow it.
Point of clarification, I don't want to go into the weeds, but would one of the Métis child and welfare families, despite being geographically specific in their location, would they be a provincial Métis association as well? Could there be other provincial Métis associations that are non-political that could create confusion?
We'll have Mr. Beaker address that.
Uh-oh.
In my opinion, it would be no, because it would go back to the current definition of conflict of interest in Article 2.6 of the MNGA Act that says Métis a provincial organization whose interests are in conflict with MNBC. Again, what we could say is we could look for another amendment by unanimous consent to have it say provincial Métis body or Métis association beyond MNBC whose interests are in conflict of MNBC, because that would emulate the current reading of the conflict of interest.
I'll be looking for a mover for Mr. Beaker's suggestion.
I so move.
Okay, Walter Minot was moved, and Caitlin, are you seconding? Caitlin Bird?
May I, oh, no, I won't. When I have an opportunity to make a other suggestion, let me know.
Do I have a seconder? Dave Allard, Salmon Arm? I'm going to ask Mr. Beaker to reread Article A with the additions at this time.
So we're looking at, be it resolved that the following be inserted as Article 3.3.1 in the MNGA Act. Prior to representing their community at the MNGA, the president and the vice president of each community must make a declaration with the clerk of the MNGA or designate affirming they are not an officer or director of a provincial Métis body or Métis association beyond MNBC whose inflicts are in conflict with MNBC other than a Métis charter community.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. And we will have discussion on this. Vice President Minot, did you want to comment, given that you moved?
It's pretty well self-explanatory. What we are trying to do is just prevent other nations, other governments coming in and making decisions on Métis citizens that are on behalf of MNBC and the citizenship that we represent. So this is just to protect, you know, our people, our vote, and our government.
Mr. Allard? Good, okay. All right, we'll open, I'll go back to who I have on the list.
Hello?
So
Wait. I'm pushing this little button and I need clarification. Okay, on.
Go ahead.
Okay, because both North Caribou and the Caribou-Chipotle Métis Association do run children and family services in that contract. So would that there say whose interests are in conflict of MNBC, are our two communities sanctioned by MNBC to continue operations in children and families, or are you going into the whole scope of children and families and wiping out? So we are? That's all I want to know. Okay.
We need you.
go ahead, Leader McDonnell.
Sorry, I didn't know if I had to reapply to speak. Just a question while I'm in complete agreement with this, and I have a question. My very first AGM, back with the dinosaurs, I do believe at that one, we had a vote, and I'm going to use a name because it's the only way I can speak to it. We said that Ken Fisher could not sit at our table because he was already a director on another one. I thought at that time we put that into play. So is this adding to something from then or not? It's just a question.
I'll ask Mr. Beaker to respond, please.
So thank you for your question, Leader McDonnell. You are correct that that provision still remains in the MNGA Act. What this is adding is if you want to be a delegate at the MNGA, you would be signing a self-declaration stating that you are not in conflict of Article 2.6 of the MNGA Act. So you're saying that I understand and I declare as such. And as you can see in the second part of the be it resolved, that I'm being directed to prepare a draft declaration to bring back to the next MNGA so you can see what we would be asking you to sign. But it would just be a declaration saying, I understand and I am free of conflict.
Thank you. I thought that was a given, but I guess we have to write it down.
We'll go to Vice President Van Weergen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would hate to see what happened to me at the last MNGA happen to anybody ever again. It was brutal, I can tell you. Because I was not. But I thank all of you, MNGA, for doing your job and for being reinstated and being here today. As President Betty said, you know, is this something that we need to do because it's already there? And is it time-consuming for Beaker and our administration staff to have every delegate sign a form and go back and put it in the file? I'm not too sure. It's up for you guys to decide. Our community voted in favor. But in point of clarification, so it never happens to anybody like it did to me, like, I'm glad we got the association in there and beyond MNBC, but I mean, can we stop beating around the bush and just name the associations that we don't want to be members from? Like, can we not just put BCMF and MMF, and does it have to, like, I guess my question is, the conflict, it is very generic, and as our Constitution is, and as I've stated before, there's always points that we need to, clarifications that we need to do, but this one, also the Métis Association, so every time a Métis Association has a conflict of interest with MNBC, whether it be a new organization that shows up for child and family services or a new association that has that, do we have to run that through MNBC before we can sit on that board? I also wear about 15 different hats and associations and chambers and stuff like that as well, but I'm more looking into the future of the terminology of, you know, associations, and I just don't know how to better that, so I'm just looking for your advice, and thank you. Our community is in favor of this, though.
Go ahead, Vice President Minot.
Just on that note, Mr. Van Wergen, for one reason we don't put other affiliations in there is this is for the future of our nation as well. You know, and a lot of Aboriginal organizations, a lot of Métis governments across the country, there does pop up other Métis organizations that claim to be a government. Once they see the productivity of that government going within their province, you know, they feel that they've been wronged, or they want a louder voice when they haven't been voted into that process, and so they start conflict with those other governments, with the main government from that province. So what we want to do is try to prevent that conflict coming forward. So it's not just pointed at a certain organization or a certain group, it's pointed at our future. You know, it's pointed at us making sure that, you know, we have a Métis government that is not just honored and respected in this province, that we can count on, instead of having allowing other governments to come in and to take over that process because they feel you know, there's necessary. Oh, they're getting lots of dollars now, you know, we need to get part of that. And then they start creating their own government without the same laws and regulations that we have to govern by, for one thing, our registry. It has to be, you know, 100% Métis citizens. We have a 2002 definition that we abide by. We can't enforce that on other agencies, other Métis associations or governments. So this is one way to assure that, you know, our government is represented by Métis citizens of MNBC, and they all are registered under the 2002 definition of Métis. Those are the voices we want to hear. Those are the voices we want to listen to. So this will help prevent some of that from happening.
I invite Mr. Beaker to provide more clarification.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify on the question about administrative capacity to operationalize this. I don't see it being too much of a burden on us to provide a declaration to delegates. Yeah, I don't think it would be too much of a burden to get this information from delegates. It also would not be the clerk's intention to have everyone sign this for every MNGA that they showed up for. If you signed it, there would be an idea that it would be evergreen probably for a couple of years, at which point you would be asked to either re-sign, and then if you are a new delegate to the MNGA, we would ask you to sign this as well. But there are ways that we can operationalize it to make it pretty clean and effective, and if it does so pass, I can bring some more information with the draft I'm being directed.
Thank you. I invite President Byrd to speak.
Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I will bring us back to the point that this is not new. We are already, as MNGA members, not allowed to be in conflict of interest, and conflict of interest is outlined in the MNGA Act. And so I wonder if it would be most simplistic to use the definition that is already in the MNGA Act and just have it in the focused on the process. So prior to representing their community at the MNGA, the president and vice president of each community must make a declaration with the clerk of the MNGA or designate affirming that they are not in conflict of interest as per Section 2.6 of the MNGA Act, which has a lot of thought and conversation and discussion has gone into what is already in there and has our citizens' approval on that wording as well. Thank you.
All right, President Byrd, are you moving to make, okay, do I have a
Yes, I am.
seconder? Alana Copeland, second. Okay, if we could have that put up on the screen, and I'll invite Mr. Beaker to read that for us one more time.
And I emailed that to you, Nicole, if you want, if that's easier.
I would just like to point out to delegates, it is preferable that if you have a lengthy amendment to email it to the deputy clerk, as President Byrd did. That is very helpful. Sorry to speak on your behalf, but I think you find it helpful. So we have proposed language here, and I'll start at the beginning of the paragraph. So the proposed amendment is prior to representing their community at the MNGA, the president and vice president of each community must make a declaration with the clerk of the MNGA or designate affirming that they are not in a conflict of interest as per Article 2.6 of which act?
The MNGA Act.
Yes. And it will be added to the MNGA Act, so I would suggest as per Article 2.6 of this act, to be clear that we're talking about this particular act. And that reflects the sentiment of the mover.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
I invite Alana Copeland. Would you like to comment on that?
Oh, no, it's taken care of. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next in line I have President DeBoard, please.
Mark DeBoer, Two Rivers Métis. I see the same issue with the original versus the amendment in the sense that it references a provincial Métis association. And I think that we're kind of limiting our scope because a lot of these organizations that are trying to squeeze in on us might not be a provincial, or they might call themselves a national, right? And so I would like to strike provincial from both 2.6 of the MGA Act, and if this doesn't pass, this amendment, I'd like to strike it from the original, because I think that we have to be careful of, something in just my region that's coming up here, right? Or something along those lines, and they're not provincial, and so they'd say that they're fine. Thanks.
Invite Mr. Beaker to speak to this.
So just a quick point to President DeBoard. Article 2.6 of the MNGA Act is not mentioned in the be it resolved of the resolution, and in my opinion, any suggestions to make a change to Article 2.6 exceeds the scope of notice of the resolution and can't be considered at this time. Any amendments that you suggest would have to be focused specifically on what is to be it resolved in the text and the proposed Article 3.31.
Then I would say that I would want to reject this amendment, because I think it's very important that we make clear that you can't be in conflict whether they're not a provincial organization or a national organization or any one of those things. And we should lay that out in no uncertain terms and then deal with the conflict of interest at a future date.
President Dodman.
What I was going to propose has been dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you. President Goulet, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm okay with that. Tony Goulet, President, North Caribou Métis. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at this amendment. I think that does answer it. I think, and I was going to bring up too that we already have it in Article 2.6, but we're just reiterating that we're going to go back to the 2.6. And I'm in agreement that the community make a declaration. I think that's important that we affirm that so that we all have it and we're all clear on where we want to be. Yeah, I'm just in agreement with the amendment.
Thank you. President Bremner, please.
Just clarity on this Article 2.6 then, because somebody had suggested it needed to be removed because that's not what this original resolution was stating was on the table. So just some clarity on that. But beyond that, I sit on all sorts of committees. I sit on a whole lot of provincial and federal funders, and I have to declare conflict of interest constantly. Not because it would negatively be affecting us, but it could positively affect us. And so conflict of interest is something that's with us no matter where we sit and what we're doing. You look at many city councilors, many of them have to remove themselves from the room because they are on various committees. And so that's our responsibility as you know, really diligent politicians, you know, representatives. That's our responsibility to ensure that we're making sure that we identify that when it comes up. But again, I think we also need something here in terms of putting it down. But yeah, I just wanted to make that clear that it happens regularly if you're involved with a number of different agencies, organizations, funders, all sorts of things like that. It's just a part of our lives as we're very active, the majority of us. So that will come up for us on occasion. But yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Vice President Minot.
I'm in favor of this for one reason, and I don't know if a lot of you know the politics that are happening out there, not just on our level, other provincial levels. We do have a provincial government right now, Métis government, that is trying to infiltrate British Columbia and try to make statements out there that they are the government of all Métis people in Canada, which we don't have a say in or a right. We don't have a vote in their process or their governance structure. So if we don't allow something like this provision to come through, we're going to allow some of them people to take seats at this table to represent that other government that wants to come in and take over our government and our province. They've already made statements on the federal level that they are the government for Métis people in Canada without our inclusion, without our recognition. So we need to protect not just the Métis Nation of BC, but the citizens of MNBC in this province. And I believe this is one way that we do protect our people here and our governance and everybody here around this table. As we know, all you leaders are why we're here. This is your government. We work for you. You guys are the one that created MNBC and our governance structure by all the hard work you guys done for years and years and years at a volunteer basis with nothing, fighting for this province. And if we don't push something like this, these small little issues forward, that's going to give them a foothold to come in the back door somewhere, to be able to take your seat at this table, to represent your communities, and take our voice away, because that is the goal of that other government. And they've made it well known. So I think it's procedures like this, meaning it might mean it's a small procedure, but all these small procedures that we put forward are only here to protect us and to protect our government and to protect our structure. So I am in favor of this resolution.
Thank you. President Jobin, please go ahead.
Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River Society. I'm in favor of this amendment. I like consistency between our legislation and our acts. And also, I guess a quick reminder as well, like your MNGA governance committee is busy looking at conflict of interest through all of our legislation, and so in my mind, this kind of fits better with the work we're going to be doing, and you'll be seeing some things come from that committee soon.
Thank you. Director Harriet, please go ahead.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director.
So I had to go and look at 2.6 because I was taking what President DeBoard was saying and really thinking about that, but also what Vice President Minot was saying, where some people can call themselves the representatives of Métis people globally or in the universe or multiverse. It doesn't make it so. So I like the way that it's referring to 2.6, and I will be voting in favor of this amendment.
Thank you. Director Gladue, please go ahead.
I didn't hear that name. It's Gladue or Glou?
Dean.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd like to call question, please.
Yeah. To all my cousins here, you're all. I just wanted to, Walter inspired me to actually put my mic on because I'm reminded of about how we are struggling for a government today. Bill C-53. I hope you're all aware of that, what that really means. If not, look it up. I was very honored to be able to speak in Ottawa at Bill C-53. So I can't concentrate here. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I was very honored to speak in Ottawa on Bill C-53 recently. I was called at the last minute, literally, to come and speak. And it was by Bob Zimmer. Bob Zimmer is an MP up in Fort St. John. Small world, he's my ex-brother-in-law. Well, he still wants me to call him my brother-in-law, but he is. And he said, I want you to come here because ever since I've known you, Dean, and I've known Bob since 1989 when I really got to know him, I was always, he says, you're one of the most passionate persons I've ever met about the Métis people. Your gut, how you taught your kids to be proud and everything. And back in 89, we had no idea. Says, now look where you guys have come. Your names are being recognized. But what he said to me was very profound. He goes, why do you want me to speak at Bill C-53? He says, because a lot of these MPs have no idea who you are. He says, these people they don't know who you are. Like they're going, Métis, and we know who we are. 1885, we've been fighting for our nation. And for the first time, British Columbia is finally getting a foothold and respect by government, federal and provincial. We really are. And it's because we put strong provisions in this board here. But there's others that are coming in and trying to bring the house down. My Cookham had a prophecy. She said, and I said this in a public setting and I got shot down for it on social media with those oppositions. We are going to go at civil war, the Métis people, for the first time in history. We will be at civil war. We are here. And I'm bringing strong words to this table because we are. Go on social media, Métis calling Métis down. What we need to do is set the tone and saying we are BC. MNBC is the provincial government, Métis provincial government. We're not conflicting with Friendship Centers and anybody else. We're trying to fight for the rights of our children now. If anything, it comes down to we want our children back. We want to know where our babies are. Not me, we want to know as a nation, are they getting culturally appropriate support? Are they being loved in the homes? Can we put them in more Métis homes? Maybe not. But we're the only nation that doesn't know where our children are to this day. That's moved me to be where I'm at now. And you know what? I'll fight for those babies. I will fight for those babies because I have 4 of my own nieces and nephews that are in the system. And because we're involved with them, we know where they are, our families. But as a nation, this is how we're going to do it. And not confusing the government by 4 or 5 others coming. We are this, we are this. We're Opiswakamick. We govern ourselves. And look how we do it within our community. So I'm supportive of this.
Thank you, Director Gladue. We'll now move on to Leader McInerney.
This may be going in the weeds, but I'd just like some clarification. Recently, a nation leader said at a meeting with caregivers, he said, Betty Ann is one of ours. She is us. And that was in a caregiver setting, and that was a chief. So saying I I don't know if allegiance is the right word, but absolutely passionate care for those children, regardless of nation. And I was moved to tears to be aligned with that nation by a chief. Does that put me in conflict if we're talking about children and families?
Question on the motion?
So Leader McNeil, thank you for your question. Article 2.6 says a conflict of interest exists when a member of the MNGA or is/her has become a director or officer, whether elected, appointed, or otherwise, of a Métis provincial organization, association, or group. So another nation claiming you as an ally or one of them would not be in conflict of Article 2.6. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. We've had question called by Minister Jagger, so I believe we have to go to a roll call vote.
We have to deal with the amendment first.
Oh, I apologize. We do have to deal with the amendment first. Okay. All right, so on the amendment, we can try for unanimous consent. So we will do that now. All in favor, please raise your hand. And are there any opposed? Okay, the amendment passes. Thank you.
Question on the motion?
So
Is that a roll call vote then?
the resolution is roll call.
All right, so now we will go to a roll call vote on the passing of Resolution 3, and I will pass this over to Mr. Beaker.
We will start in reverse alphabetical order. Pixie Wells.
On behalf of the Fraser Valley Métis Association, in favor.
Vince Van Bergen.
In favor.
Marlene Swears. Joy Sundin.
In favor?
Greg Stanwood.
In favor.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Natasha Smith.
Yes.
Dana Shaw.
Yes.
Mert Servatius.
Yes.
Kelly Sears.
Yes.
Chris Sample.
Yes.
Dan Pope. Yes. Lana Olson. Yes. Walter Minalt.
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Charlotte Lever.
In favor?
Peter Lang.
Yes.
Jamie Keith.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Susie Hooper. Yes. Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Tony Goulet.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Lee Fraser.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Alicia Fernando.
In favor?
Kate Elliott. Mark DeBoard.
Favor?
Cheryl Dodman.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sean Davern.
Yes.
Jeff Crozier.
Yes.
Nicole Corson.
Yes.
Alana Copeland.
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
In favor?
Ron Karan. Topher Burke.
Yes.
Zev Brewer.
Yes.
Joy Bremner.
Yes.
Caitlin Bird.
Yes.
Miranda Berard.
Yes.
Rob Anderson.
Yes.
David Allard. Accepted unanimously.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for the discussion this afternoon, and I appreciate everyone keeping it civil and just allowing the business to move forward. We are going to end a little bit early. We can take off. We'll return tomorrow. We'll return tomorrow at 9. The doors open for the dinner tonight at 6. Please try to be there on time. There is a guest that will be coming very shortly after the opening. So
It's a surprise.
So please try to be here when the doors are open and we can kind of settle in. So we'll see you shortly.